appropriation bill, and by approving this bill, it will allow to have the funds appropriated and remitted by the National Treasury to the MDS to enable them perform their duties. So I second, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order, Honorable Jared. Order, honorable members, I now propose the question, which is the appropriation bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2023, be now read a second time. Honorable Mbadi, give you 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I was not present when Committee of Ways and Means were deliberating on various vote heads. But, Mr. Speaker, allow me, in the shortest time that you have allocated me, to highlight just a few things. Mr. Speaker, I'm worried about this budget. So worried, because, Mr. Speaker, when President Ruto took power, he said that he was going to reduce the budget of 2022-2023 by 300 billion shillings. That did not happen, and instead, what we are seeing today is an increase in the budget from the 2022-2023 budget to 2023-2024, an increase of 544 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker. The total budget is rising from 3,055 billion to a total of 3,599 billion, Mr. Speaker. That is without considering the debt rollover. Mr. Speaker, if you look at this budget, and it is broken down into total executive expenditure, parliament, judiciary, and other CFS, the financing of this budget is going to be a challenge, Mr. Speaker, because this country is deluding itself that we can raise ordinary revenue from 1,917 billion in the current financial year to 2,571 billion in the next financial year. That is an increase of 653 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker. Very unrealistic, very ambitious, likely not to be realized. The total revenue projected to be collected is going to rise from 2.23 trillion to 2.935 trillion. That's an additional 705 billion. Even with the crazy taxation measures that have been proposed in this House, you can still not realize an increase in collection of revenue to the tune of 700 billion in one single financial year. Mr. Speaker, I know that the average increase in revenue collection has been averaging around 300 billion. Now, if we are not going to be able to collect or able to raise the budget, the revenue by 700 billion, what will happen is either the programs will not be implemented, or if they have to be implemented, it will be at a cost, meaning we are going to increase the budget deficit from the proposed 635 billion to almost close to 1 billion shillings. And, Mr. Speaker, that is not far-fetched, because at the moment, from September 30th, Mr. Speaker, to March 31st of this year, in a period of just 6 months, the Kenya Kwanza government has borrowed 689 billion shillings compared to the similar period when President Uhuru was in power, when only 405 billion was raised. So this talk that we hear all the time, that Kenya Kwanza is curtailing and managing debt, it is just hypocritical, it is theoretical, but the actual fact is that Kenya Kwanza is borrowing monies more than what President Kenyatta did borrow. And so we are headed into a situation where this country is going to face financial distress, Mr. Speaker. I want to stop there, Mr. Speaker, but my concern is that this budget is not likely to be financed from the revenue projections that we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me make a few comments on this bill. First and foremost, it's obvious that we are still being too optimistic as a country. And we seem to be doing the same things year in, year out, and expecting different results. Mr. Speaker, looking at the current budget for 2023-2024, what is going to happen is the usual things. One, we are going to start projects which we shall not be able to complete. Two, we are going, where we start projects, we are going to be able to incur further pending bills. And as you can see from the current budget, not much money has been allocated to service the pending bills. We are going to basically be digging a hole to seal another hole. Mr. Speaker, I have always said that the most prudent thing to do when you find yourselves in a situation in which we find ourselves currently is to cut our cloth according to our size. We have failed to do that. We still continue to increase our budget and hoping that we shall get revenues from elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, the other thing you need to do when you are in a similar situation is to basically stop starting new projects, which are not emergency, which are not critical, and attempt to complete the old projects. That we are not seeing in this budget, because unless you deal with the pending bills, how will you ever complete the old projects, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, but I am more concerned, as I conclude. I am more concerned, and I've got all tremendous respect and confidence in the chairman and the committee budget. But there's a problem, Mr. Speaker, which we are beginning to see rearing its ugly head in this country. The current, the type of mega corruption cases that we are beginning to see in this country, Mr. Speaker, is a cause for worry. In just mere 7 months or so, we have seen cases of corruption that should worry all of us, beginning with the mosquito nets corruption case. Mr. Speaker, some of us who come from malaria-prone areas do understand the sensitivity of this matter. That we can actually have people in government, some as high places as cabinet, conniving, Mr. Speaker, to siphon money meant to buy mosquito nets. Mr. Speaker, the second issue has been the matter of the condemned sugar. We did not know as yet what became of the matter of the sugar which was condemned and was stolen from our own warehouses. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that should concern this House, if not anything else. Mr. Speaker, the third issue is now the latest scandal, the edible oil scandal, which is running into billions and billions of Kenyan shillings. Mr. Speaker, and there's only one thread running across these scandals: the involvement of people in high places, some in this House, but most of them in the cabinet, Mr. Speaker. This is an issue that this House must deal with head on if we were to save this country from sliding into an abyss. Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge our committees, especially those committees that do oversight, especially those committees that deal with accounting matters. Please take up these matters with the seriousness it deserves. Because otherwise, if we don't do something urgently and drastically, this term of parliament may go down in history as a term that witnessed the highest number of mega scandals in this country, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, with those very few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I rise to support this appropriations bill. Honorable Speaker, I will restrain myself from speaking to the gallery and answering to the many things that the leader of minority has spoken to, because it is within his right as a leader of minority to play to the gallery and raise issues that may not necessarily be in this appropriations bill. But Honorable Speaker, allow me, because one of the things I've heard being mentioned is the question of monies being allocated in this appropriations bill.
Yes, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the majority leader to term the discussions and the opinions of the minority leader as playing to the gallery? Is that in order?
The minority leader himself is not protesting. Go on.
Honorable Speaker, it's good to indulge that honorable member. He was simply seeking for attention, but I have the minority leader's attention. I don't need his attention. Honorable Speaker, I was saying, speaking to the question of pending bills, Honorable Speaker, in this appropriations bill, Honorable Speaker, because it is simply buttressing what we did during Committee of Supply, and we were all here during Committee of Supply, and I must thank all the members who stayed on here until about 10 p.m. to supply resources to our MDAs. And Honorable Speaker, unlike what is being said, it is true that in this appropriations bill and what we supplied to our MDAs, for instance, the largest pending bills are in the road sector. And indeed, all these members in this House, Honorable Speaker, will tell you, in each of our constituencies, we have either a road that was to start that is yet to start, or a road that had started but stalled because of pending bills, Honorable Speaker. And the quantum of those pending bills, if members care to listen to the chairman of the Budget Appropriations Committee, was a quantum of close to R1 trillion shillings. That means half of the resources we will generate in terms of ordinary revenue could only go towards settlement of pending bills in the road sector, Honorable Speaker. But amidst all the constraints that we have with our resources, Honorable Speaker, the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and indeed the House last week in supplied a quantum of 250 billion shillings to the road sector to help start dealing with the question of pending bills in the road sector. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, you will see with time, as at when exchequer releases begin, hopefully after the month of July, Honorable Speaker, if we agree with the chair of the Finance Committee and finish with the finance bill third reading today or in the course of the day tomorrow, Honorable Speaker, and we're able to generate adequate revenues to be able to unlock the question that the Leader of Minority rightly says, that we have a huge problem of pending bills. That 250 billion shillings to the road sector is not enough. Even after rationalizing all those roads projects that have been committed to, the figure came to about 730 billion. Therefore, it tells you, even if we were to allocate resources, not to deal with new projects, and I just want to inform the House and the Leader of Minority that we are not dealing with new road projects, we are dealing with those already committed road projects. And it would take ordinarily, either we commit the entire of our development expenditure to the road sector without having to deal with anything else, or we do what the Budget and Appropriations Committee recommended, that we allocate 250 billion shillings this year. If we perform better in terms of revenue allocation, next year we can do another 300 to 400 billion shillings. And with time, by the third year of this administration, we should be able to have cleared all those pending bills and contracts that have already been committed to, and be able to begin to embark on new projects. Therefore, allow me to just inform the Leader of Minority that indeed there are no new road projects. We are committed to completing those that were committed contractually before the last regime. If you look at the education sector, Honorable Speaker, and members will remember when we begin this session in January, our children had just opened school, and there was a crisis on CBC, the junior secondary schools, capitation of junior secondary schools, capitation of those in CBC classes, Honorable Speaker, was a big problem. But in this appropriations bill, we are appropriating a whopping 630-something billion shillings going to the education sector to ensure that CBC is not just something we are talking about, but something that we are actualizing and committing resources to. And it's not just the junior secondary school, even capitation of our day secondary schools and our boarding schools, to ensure even our free primary education sector that resources are going to our schools, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is also money that has been appropriated to the social services sector. And you have seen in the press recently, Honorable Speaker, as much as our media houses have a quarrel to pick with us, and therefore they will go to great lengths to demonize what is not being done or what is supposed to be done, and they will eloquently carry out investigative series on how many octogenarians have not received their cash transfer schemes, but I never see them cover when they are receiving this money. But I want to tell them today, we are appropriating adequate resources to ensure that our elderly and vulnerable in society, Honorable Speaker, are able to access their money, their cash transfer, including orphans and PWDs in our communities that access money from government. We have allocated inadequate resources within the social services sector, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that
Yes,
all
Jared,
these people are able to access their money.
Majority Leader. Yes, Honorable Jared.
I know what Jared wants to say.
Mr. Speaker, this new emerging character of disparaging the media that does nothing but to shine bright light in the dark corners of government, I think should stop, Honorable Speaker.
What is
We
the point
get
of order?
informed through the media, we get news through the media, and if somebody has a beef to pick with the media, they have professional bodies around the media houses.
What is
Honorable
the point
Speaker.
of order, Jared?
My point of order is to ask the majority leader, together with his surrogates, to stop disparaging the media, Honorable Speaker. The media plays an important role to this country and to the world at large, Honorable Speaker, and I thank you.
Ichung'wa, endelea.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to ignore what only warrants to be ignored. Honorable Speaker, in this appropriations bill, in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated immense resources to our own pet subject of CDF. And I know, Honorable Speaker, CDF is misconstrued out there to be money that belongs to these members of parliament. But CDF is money that belongs to our voters, the people who have sent us to this house, Honorable Speaker. And the resources that have been devoted to CDF this financial year, Honorable Speaker, will not only go to supplement what has been devoted through the Ministry of Education, that 630 billion shillings going to the Ministry of Education, but also to supplement our bursary schemes, Honorable Speaker, in our constituencies, to ensure that the children who have been committed to schools, who are getting school capitation, that school capitation is not adequate and is not enough. Those children need school bursaries. Honorable Speaker, we are talking about digital hubs in our constituencies. I want to ask members of parliament, now that the government, and I am sure the ICT committee will be briefing members on this, is intent on establishing ICT innovation hubs in every ward in our constituencies, to at least in the next financial year, as we retreat for the short recess, which, Honorable Speaker, I know many of the members will retreat to do their proposals. As you engage with members of the public, it is good to inform members of the public that there are those innovation hubs in each of the wards, so that you also devote in your CDF proposals and budgets a bit of money for construction and equipping of those ICT hubs. Government has, through ICTA, the ICT authority, has adequate equipment in terms of the digital equipment, computers, and also ensuring that you have connectivity in those ICT hubs, so that we also help our children, our young men and women in our constituencies who have no jobs, to be trained under the Jitume program, to be able to access online jobs and be able to work from the ICT hubs, and also to work from home and access online jobs even outside the country, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, let me just conclude. I visited SOT Technical in Bomet County, and I don't know if the Member of Parliament is here for Bomet Central. And I was impressed, Honorable Speaker, with the kind of work where you find students, 21 to 24-year-olds, who are working online and earning their $20, $25 an hour, and they are working right from their own classroom in those ICT hubs. And therefore, even with the establishment of all our TVETs in the constituencies that have TVETs, those who are yet to start TVETs in their constituency, I also want to encourage you. And I have seen a number of members, I did here during contribution in the second reading of the budget and appropriations report, a number of members pointing out that they have no TVETs in their constituencies. Please, in your CDF allocations this year, allocate money, the 10 million shillings that is required from CDF, NGCDF, so that you get the counterpart funding from the Ministry of Education for those TVETs, and establish these ICT hubs, because they will go a long way into securing job opportunities for millions of our young people who are jobless, many who are well educated, many who are technically tech savvy, and would be able to access these online jobs, Honorable Speaker. And allow me to use this opportunity to inform the people, great people of Kikuyu, that indeed in the next few weeks, the ICT hub at Dogoto Chief's Camp, where I have fabricated a former chief's boardroom into such an ICT hub, Honorable Speaker, will be open. Kikuyu Town ICT hub will be open. Keno Village Polytechnic ICT hub will be open in the next few weeks, and so will be Nachu Technical TVET, Honorable Speaker. And the computers are already on the ground, Honorable Speaker. And as I encourage other members of Parliament to follow suit, because I want to lead by example, Honorable Speaker. That is why I'm speaking to these ICT hubs, because I appreciate that millions of our young people are jobless, and they can access jobs not just through the housing fund levy that we have set up to build houses, Honorable Speaker, that will create jobs, but we can also create jobs through online jobs where people will be able to work right from their homes. Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, allow me to support this appropriations bill and urge the House to support it. And hopefully, at the conclusion of this debate, as we get into the finance bill, we shall all rise to the occasion, because what we have appropriated in this appropriations bill is what we shall be financing in the finance bill. And I do hope even the myriad of amendments that I see on the order paper will be towards the goal of helping government realize higher revenues, so that we also don't get deeper into the pit of borrowing, Honorable Speaker. And with those many remarks, I beg to support.
Honorable members, allow me to invite the mover to reply. Is that the mood of the House? Ndindi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I wish to thank every participant of the entire process since we started. This process did not just start on the estimates. We started the process of making the budget for 23-24 last year. We have held public participations. We have held sector working groups. And Honorable Speaker, every participant who has taken part, I really want to thank all of them. Just to recap in a minute, Honorable Speaker, and just to put the record straight, because I see so many figures flying around. The budget that we appropriated money for, and the budget at which, Honorable Speaker, we are debating this bill, is a budget of Kenya shillings, 3.679 trillion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, out of that money, the only monies that you have allocated in terms of deficit, or the monies that you have allocated to spend, which, Honorable Speaker, we intend to borrow, is only Kenya shillings, 718 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, this is a climb down from last financial year, when we had a deficit of 860 billion on the books, but upon assuming the positions that we are in now, and after perusal of government books, we realized 200 billion had been spent at a 223, and therefore the entire deficit was actually 1.1 trillion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, it is important to highlight that among the revenue side, we anticipate to collect Kenya shillings 2.57 trillion Kenya shillings. In terms of ordinary revenue, we anticipate to collect or to have or to receive 42 billion Kenya shillings in terms of grant. And on the other side, Honorable Speaker, of expenditure, and I'm just putting the record straight because it is our responsibility, Honorable Speaker, around 986 billion Kenya shillings is actually going to CFS, because we are very categorical about allocating enough resources to offset loans, so that, Honorable Speaker, we do not continue on the whole of borrowing, but we actually bury the whole by allocating as much money as possible in terms of repayment of debts. And that is why in the kitty of CFS, we allocated Kenya shillings 986 billion. Honorable Speaker, we have also increased the allocations to our counties. The equitable share, we enhanced from 370 billion to 385 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, I know there have been issues with the exchequer, but Honorable Speaker, this has been most because of the jittery markets we have, and especially across foreign markets, which we have not been able to realize the monies we had anticipated to borrow for the last financial year. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we had to resort to domestic markets, where again we are paying a premium in terms of interest rates. So the issues that have been there in terms of exchequer, they need interventions, not policies, and we have been doing that. Honorable Speaker, as I wind up, just again to put the record straight, we allocated the entire allocation of 2.3 billion Kenya shillings for the national government. Honorable Speaker, 27.4% of that amount we allocated to education, out of which we have doubled allocation to health. We have also, Honorable Speaker, increased capitation for JSS by 10 billion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker. Something else I would want to highlight as I come to the close. All the members here who have constructed KMTCs through NGCDF, there are 21 of them that are not functional. We have allocated 1 billion Kenya shillings into KMTC to hire additional lecturers and staff. We have also allocated monies to operationalize all the 21, Honorable Speaker, KMTCs. There are 181 markets that were started by former President Mwai Kibaki through the ESP program. Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 3 billion Kenya shillings for all the entire 181 markets so that Kenyans can start realizing the utility of those markets. Honorable Speaker, just again for members to be...
Junet, order. What is the point of order, Junet?
Speaker, I wanted to bring to the attention of the Chair Budget Committee that, Mr. Speaker, doing the appropriation is one thing, but having the real money is another thing, Mr. Speaker. He has sold here a rosy, Mr. Speaker, a heavenly affair that we have given 1 billion to this man, 2 billion to that lady. But, Mr. Speaker, what is the level of absorption, Mr. Speaker? Will this money really come to the...
He's an optimist, you are a pessimist. That makes the
Honorable Speaker, in answering Honorable Junet, as I started the moving of this bill, if you realized, I actually took the first minutes to talk about the supplementary estimates too. It was deliberate. It was deliberate to show that there are only marginal changes that you are making to the budget you are exiting. And we also anticipate to have actually almost no changes in the budget of 2023-2024 because we have been very modest, we have been very realistic in the projection of revenues. But as I come to the close, Honorable Speaker, it is good to also highlight that we allocated Kenya shillings, 5 billion Kenya shillings to fertilizer subsidy so that our farmers, and I want to assure the farmers of Kenya from this house, that as we go to the next season, both the small season and the other one, Honorable Speaker, the Kenyan farmers will be buying fertilizer at a cheaper price than they bought last season, Honorable Speaker, because we have allocated enough monies for the subsidy. Honorable Speaker, there are very many other good things that we have allocated in that budget, 250 billion Kenya shillings in terms of roads, and also, Honorable Speaker, an unprecedented amount of figure or funds that will be going to power and especially rural electrification. Honorable Speaker, as we move forward, we'll be seeking to enlarge our revenue bracket, Honorable Speaker, by especially necessitating the MDAs that can collect A&A to be able to optimize, Honorable Speaker, and we are already doing that through the allocations and also through policies. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank all members who have taken part, and I wish and I beg to reply. Thank you very much.
I now wish to put the question, which is the Appropriations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2023, be now read the second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issuance of a sum of money out of the consolidated fund and its application towards the service of the year ending on the 30th June 2024, and to appropriate the sum and a sum voted on account by the National Assembly for certain public services and purposes.
Next order. Yes, Honorable Mbadi, what is the issue?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I realized that the second order in the order paper is going to be the Committee of the Whole House on the Finance Bill.
We've not reached there yet. Just hold.
Mr. Speaker, I was raising it because I know once you call for the Committee of the House is supposed to adjourn. But I wanted to raise this point over there so that I get your ruling on this matter, Mr. Speaker, so that when we move to the Committee of the Whole House, then the matters will have been dispensed with. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me.
Right.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, this House has set traditions before. The Speaker has ruled that matters of constitutionality, matters of legality, and matters of procedure, Mr. Speaker, can be raised at any time in the course of debating a bill. Mr. Speaker, Article 259 actually speaks to the interpretation of the Constitution, and that it should be done in a manner that would promote its purposes, values, principles, and advance the rule of law and contribute to good governance. Mr. Speaker, our standing order is actually a creation, or standing orders are a creation of our Constitution.
Order, Honorable Mbadi. Order. Take your seat. The matter you are raising was actually raised by the distinguished member for Arieda on Thursday. I promised to give a response to it, and I have a ruling I want to deliver on it. So you're actually flogging a dead horse. It is a matter that is already on Hansard, and the Honorable Otienda Amolo prosecuted it very well. I can see you just headed the same direction, so I will stop you there and allow me to move on to give my response to what Honorable Otienda Amolo raised. Order, honorable members. First, I bring to your attention, honorable members, to the availability of a supplementary order paper that should be circulated. The reason I'm told, because we have members' amendments to the finance bill, some that were received late, out of time, but were accommodated, because they wanted to accommodate as many of you as we can. So you can look at the supplementary order paper, and from here we'll proceed on the basis of that. I have got two, a ruling and a communication to make. Thereafter, the majority leader will move a procedural motion to extend your sitting time. And given the enormity and the interest in the matter of the finance bill, House Business Committee today directed that where possible, today you'll sit up to the end of the day. Tomorrow morning we'll put aside, pardon? It is out of order to speak to the chair when the chair is making a communication. We will then tomorrow morning, if we will not have finished with the finance bill, put aside your private member's business to deal with it. If you will not have finished by the afternoon, again, we'll have a procedural motion for you to sit up to the end of the day. The end of the day means midnight. That's when the day ends. And if you do not finish, then you have Thursday. The House Business Committee has directed that if there is need, a procedural motion will be moved for you to sit on Thursday morning up to 1 o'clock, and the afternoon, if possible, up to the end of the day. Should you not finish, then I'll give you further direction. Honorable members, you will recall that during the afternoon sitting of Thursday, 15th June 2023, before the budget presentation by the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, the Honorable Otienda Amolo, Senior Council MP, rose on a point of order and sought procedural guidance on adherence with the Standing Order 244C with regard to the introduction, consideration, and passage of the Finance Bill 2023 by the House. It was the contention of the Honorable Member that Standing Order 244C outlines a particular order requiring the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury to make a pronouncement of the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government, and thereafter present a legislative proposal which is published and introduced as a finance bill. According to the member, a strict reading of Standing Order 244C would therefore indicate that the House had jumped the gun by concluding the second reading of the finance bill before the appearance of the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury. Members at the bar, take your seats. The nearest seat. The nearest seat. Honorable members, at the time I did indicate to the Honorable Otienda Amolo that Standing Order 244C had been rendered negatory by a court decision and offered to share the relevant judgment after the sitting. Honorable members, following the budget presentation by the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, I did receive inquiries and representations from several members of the House relating to the matter raised by the Honorable Member for Areda. Given the turn of events, I have decided to issue this particular guidance to the House. Honorable members, from the inquiries and representations received, I have isolated two issues in relation to the consideration of the finance bill that require clarification. These are: one, the effect of the court judgment alluded to in my response to the Honorable Otienda Amolo to the manner of considering and passing of a finance bill, the procedure applicable to the consideration of a finance bill in light of the provisions of Section 39A and 40 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order 244C, and the effect of the presentation of the budget statement on the consideration of the finance bill, of a finance bill. With regard to the first issue, the court judgment that I alluded to relates to a matter filed by the Honorable Senator Okiya Omtatah challenging the constitutionality of the Provisional Collection of Taxes and Duties Act. As per the practice obtaining in 2018, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury would submit a finance bill after the passage of the budget estimates and on the same day that he or she made a budget speech in Parliament. Pursuant to the then Standing Order 245, the House was required to pass a finance bill within 90 days of the passage of an appropriation bill. In the interim, the House would consider and pass a motion operationalizing all the revenue-raising measures proposed in a finance bill for the period between its publication and its passage, in line with the provisions, in line with the Provisional Collection of Taxes and Duties Act 1959. A point of order raised by the member for Waraka, the Honorable Tom Joseph Kajwang, MP, during the afternoon sitting of the House on 5th July 2018 may have precipitated the matter filed by the Honorable Senator Omtatah. At the time, the Honorable Kajwang queried the propriety of operationalizing all the revenue-raising measures proposed in a finance bill in line with the Provisional Collection of Taxes and Duties Act 1959, in light of the provisions of the Constitution and the Public Finance Management Act 2012. The Hansard records that several current members of the House ventilated on the point raised by the Honorable Kajwang then, including the Majority Leader, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, MGH MP, the Honorable John Mbadi, and the Honorable Makali Mulu, MP. The High Court issued its judgment in Okio Mtata Okoiti versus Cabinet Secretary, National Treasurer, and 3 others, 2018 KLR, Kenya Law Reports, on 19 September 2018, and gave the following orders, and I quote: a declaration that by presenting the Finance Bill 2018 to the National Assembly on 14th June 2018, while the financial calendar ends on 30th June 2018, the Cabinet Secretary violated Section 37 of the Public Finance Management Act 2018, which sets the 30th April deadline for the Cabinet Secretary to table the budget estimates and any other bills. Any other bills required to implement the national government budget for approval by the National Assembly. Order, Honorable Women Rep Kisi and your colleague. You are distracting the chair from delivering the ruling. A declaration that the Provisional Collection of Taxes and Duties Act number 44 of 1959, Chapter 415 of the Laws of Kenya is unconstitutional and therefore invalid, null, and void. A declaration that the Finance Bill 2018 or any parts or provisions thereof, including on taxation, cannot be implemented before the bill becomes the Finance Act and it goes through the parliamentary legislative process laid out in the Constitution for approval and adoption by Parliament and assent by the President. Arising from these orders of the Court and ostensibly informed by the debate that ensued on the point raised on the propriety of approving provisional collection of taxes and duties, the House subsequently amended the Public Finance Management Act in July 2019 through Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Act 2019 to introduce Section 39A in the Act. The section requires the Cabinet Secretary to submit the Finance Bill before 30th April every year and that it be passed before the end of the financial year on 30th June. The section clarified the manner in which a Finance Bill ought to be introduced, considered and passed by the House. It provides as follows, and I quote: the Cabinet Secretary shall submit to the National Assembly on or before 30th April the Finance Bill, setting out the revenue-raising measures for the national government. 2, following submission of the Finance Bill by the Cabinet Secretary, the relevant committee of the National Assembly shall introduce the bill in the National Assembly. 3, the National Assembly shall consider and pass the Finance Bill with or without amendments in time for it to be presented for assent by 30th June each year. Any recommendations made by the relevant committee of the National Assembly or resolution passed by the National Assembly on revenue matters shall: A, ensure that the total amount of revenue raised is consistent with the approved fiscal framework. B, take into account the principles of equity, certainty, and ease of collection. C, consider the impact of the proposed changes on the composition of the tax revenue with reference to direct and indirect taxes. D, consider domestic, regional, and international tax trends. E, consider the impact on development, investment, employment, and economic growth. F, take into account the recommendations of the Cabinet Secretary as provided under Article 114 of the Constitution. And G, take into account the taxation and all other tariff arrangements and obligations that the Kenya has ratified, including taxation and tariff arrangements under the East African Community Treaty. This leads us to the second issue of an apparent variance in the provision of Standing Order 244C and the dictates of the judgment and the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act 2012. Honorable members, as I had indicated, my attention was drawn to the existence of an apparent variance in the provisions of Section 39A and Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 with regard to the manner of introduction and consideration of a finance bill. Section 40 of the Act provides as follows. Each financial year, the Cabinet Secretary shall, with the approval of Cabinet, make a public pronouncement of the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government. 2, in making the pronouncement under Section 1, the Cabinet Secretary shall take into account any regional or international agreements that Kenya has ratified, including the East African Community Treaty, and where such agreements prescribe the date when the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures are to be pronounced, the Cabinet Secretary shall ensure that the measures are pronounced on the appointed date. On the same date that the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures are pronounced, the Cabinet Secretary shall submit to Parliament a legislative proposal setting out the revenue-raising measures for the national government together with a policy statement expounding on those measures. Following the submission of the legislative proposal of the Cabinet Secretary, the relevant committee of the National Assembly shall introduce a finance bill in the National Assembly. Any of the recommendations made by the relevant committee of the National Assembly or adopted by the National Assembly on revenue matters shall A, ensure that the total amount of revenue raised is consistent with the approved fiscal framework and Division of Revenue Act, take into account the principles of equity and ease of collection, consider the impact of proposed changes on composition of the tax revenue with reference to the direct and indirect taxes, consider domestic, regional, and international tax trends, consider the impact on development, investment, employment, and domestic growth, take into account the recommendations of the Cabinet Secretary and Article 114 of the Constitution, and take into account the taxation and other tariff agreements and obligations that Kenya has ratified, including taxation and tariff agreements under the community. The recommendation of the Cabinet Secretary in subsection 5F shall be included in the report and tabled in the National Assembly. A plain reading of section 43 and 44 of the Act indicates that the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning is required to submit a legislative proposal setting out the revenue-raising measures for the national government on the same day that he or she makes a pronouncement of the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures. This would seem to be at variance with the express obligation under the more recent Section 39A, which requires that the Cabinet Secretary to submit a finance bill to the House not later than 30th April every year, in compliance with the orders of the court in Okiya Mtatwa Koiti versus Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury, and 3 others. Take your seats, members. The nearest seat. Honorable Kwame, the nearest seat. Well done. That is the nearest you can find. Honorable members, in my view, a purposive interpretation to bridge the apparent conflict between the two provisions requires the application of established principles of statutory interpretation and reference to the practice, precedent, and conduct of the Cabinet Secretary and House since the court judgment was issued. Honorable members, it's a canon of statutory interpretation that when faced with conflicting provisions, preference must be given to a specific provision as opposed to a general provision. Additionally, the last-in-time principle, where the most recent addition to a statute is given precedence over a provision that was enacted earlier, should be applied. From my reading of Section 39A and Section 43 and 4, it is noteworthy that Section 39A specifically refers to the introduction, consideration, and passage of a finance bill. On the other hand, the provisions of Section 43 and 4 only generally refer to a legislative proposal. Additionally, Section 39A is the most recent addition to the Act and represents the most specific and current position of the House on the manner of consideration of a finance bill. Honorable members, the practice and conduct of the Cabinet Secretary and the House since the decision in Okiya Mtatwa Koiti versus Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury, and 3 others, 2018 Kenya Law Reports, and the amendment of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 has been consistent. Notably, in 2020, the Cabinet Secretary submitted the finance bill together with the budget estimates on 30th April 2020. The bill was published on 5th May 2020 and was considered and passed by the House on 23rd June 2020. It was assented to by the President on 30th June 2020. The Cabinet Secretary presented the budget statement for the financial year 2021 on 11th June 2020, well after the publication of the bill. In 2021, the Cabinet Secretary submitted the finance bill together with the budget estimates on 29th April 2021. The bill was published on 5th May 2021 and was considered and passed by the House on 24th June 2021. The particular bill was assented to by the President on 29th June 2021. The Cabinet Secretary presented the budget statement for the financial year 21-22 on 10th June 2021, well after the publication of the bill. In 2022, on account of the general elections scheduled for August 2022, the Cabinet Secretary submitted the finance bill together with the budget estimates on 7th April 2022. This was on the same date that he presented the budget statement in the House. The bill was published on 8th April 2022 and was considered and passed by the House on 7th June 2022. In keeping with the provision of Section 39A of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and the new court judgment, the Finance Bill 2022 was assented to by the President on 21st June 2022. Honourable members, from the foregoing, it's clearly apparent that the Cabinet Secretary and the House have adhered to the letter of the orders of the court in Okio Mutata Okoit versus Cabinet Secretary, National Treasurer, and 3 others, 2018 Kenya Law Reports, and Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012. This clearly signifies that Section 39A of the Public Finance Act 2012 is the operative provision with regard to the introduction, consideration, and passage of a finance bill. Honourable members, the third issue was with regard to the effect of the presentation of the budget statement on the consideration of a finance bill. Section 40 of the Public Finance Management 2012 requires the Cabinet Secretary to make a public pronouncement of the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures of the national government. In doing so, the Cabinet Secretary is required to take into account international obligations entered into under the East African Community Treaty. The House is aware that the East African Community Partner States have agreed to present and table their budget statements to their respective parliaments every second Thursday of June. It is largely a ceremonial exercise which, particularly in our case, does not take away that all documentation relating to the budget is required to be submitted well in advance of the presentation of the budget statement. Indeed, as members are aware, no question or comment is permitted during the presentation of the statement. As a budget-making house, we are seized of the estimates and the finance bill, latest the 30th of April every year. Save for compliance with the applicable statutory timelines, the House is left to its own devices on how to consider the budget documents submitted to it. The House is under an obligation to prioritize the consideration of a finance bill with a view of passing it before the lapse of the 30th June deadline imposed by Section 39A of the Public Finance Management Act 2012. It should not be lost to honourable members that the procedures of the House cannot be left to the whim of another arm of government. The House is therefore at liberty to prioritize consideration of a finance bill before or after the presentation of the budget statement by the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury. As I conclude, I note that the variance in the sections 39A, 43 and 4 of the Public Finance Management Act extends Standing Order 244C, which I gave rise to the point raised by the Honourable Member for Arieda. The Honourable Otienda Molo, EBS Senior Counsel MP. The Standing Order does not take into account provisions of Section 39A and the requirement for the submission and passage of the finance bill before 30th of April and 30th June, respectively, every year. Honourable members, having guided That Section 39A is the operative provision with regard to the consideration of a finance bill. I direct the Procedure and Rules and House Rules Committee to note the variance and include the standing order in the items earmarked for review when it next proposes amendments to the standing orders. In summary, therefore, honorable members, my guidance is as follows. Section 39 of the Public Finance Act 2012 requires the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury to submit the finance bill before 30th April every year, and that the bill be passed before the end of the financial year on 30th June. The section governs the manner in which a finance bill ought to be introduced, considered, and passed by the House. 2, it is a canon of statutory interpretation that when faced with conflicting provisions, preference must be given to a specific provision as opposed to a general provision. Additionally, the last-in-time principle where the most recent addition to a statute is given precedence over a provision that was enacted earlier should be applied. Section 39A of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 specifically refers to the introduction, consideration, and passage of a finance bill and represents the most specific and current position of the House on the manner of consideration of a finance bill. That the Cabinet Secretary and the House have consistently adhered to the orders of the court in Onkyo Mtata Okoiti versus Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury, and 3 others, 2018 Kenya Law Reports, and Section 39A of the Public Finance Management Act 2012. This clearly signifies that Section 39A of the Public Finance Act 2012 is the operative provision with regard to the introduction, consideration, and passage of a finance bill. That the House is under an obligation to prioritize the consideration of a finance bill with a view of passing it before the lapse of the June 30th deadline imposed by Section 39A of the Public Finance Management Act 2012. The House is therefore at liberty to prioritize consideration of the finance bill before or after the presentation of a budget statement by the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury. That the Procedure and House Rules Committee notes the variance between Standing Order 244 and Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act and include the standing order in the items earmarked for review when it next proposes amendments to the standing orders. The House is guided accordingly. And allow me to thank the Honorable Otiende Amollo for raising the issue so that we can give clarity on the matter going to the future. Thank you. Ordinarily we don't debate or comment on the ruling and direction of the chair. We will let it lie there. Honorable Otiende Amollo, let the chips lie where they fell. Otiende Amollo.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I actually just wanted to thank you.
Okay.
But in so doing, I wanted to let the majority leader know, because when we raised this matter, he threw words as he usually does, alleging that I was part of the case that you've actually alluded to. So I wanted him to know that I was not part of the case and I was not aware of it. But Mr. Speaker, secondly, I take your guidance, and I think the House Business Committee and the House Rules Committee should take your guidance very seriously. We have amended our standing order twice since that decision of the court, on 6th of June 2020 and 7th of June 2022. This should have been factored. But last, Mr. Speaker, because the Speaker is always right, Mr. Speaker, I urge that the House Rules Committee, in considering your guidance, do actually consider the fact that although the decision says that the matter must be published and introduced, it does not say it must be debated before the budget. I want to suggest that it would be in order to have the budget, then the contents of it are then debated in the finance bill. That is, not to bring the second reading before the budget, so that the budget is heard, then we have the second reading, which is the debate, then we move logically, Mr. Speaker. But lastly, Mr. Speaker, I do now have a point of order on the next business, which is order number 13.
Order, Honorable Otiende. Order, Honorable Otiende. You are certainly taking unhelpful shortcuts. Honorable members, I will not allow you, Honorable Mbadi. I have given order, Honorable Mbadi. This matter was raised by Honorable Tiende. I've bent backwards to allow you to make a comment, and I have thanked him for raising a matter that goes to align the Act with our standing orders in the next review. You will present your views to the committee when it meets. Honorable members, before we go to the committee of the whole, I want to invite the majority leader to move a procedural motion on the sitting time. Thereafter, I'll give you some guidance on how to proceed in the committee of the whole before we go into the committee. Majority leader.
Procedural motion, extension of sitting time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence, because when you gave the Honorable Tiende Molo the right of reply, he did mention my name. Just to clarify to him that whatever I said, because it was not on record, was not in bad faith. Because I hear you severally refer to the Honorable Tiende Molo as senior counsel, and I expected the senior counsel he would be privy to matters that are in the courts. And therefore, ordinarily, senior counsel will know what issues are in the court, especially in court weighty matters, like that issue of the Omtata case, petition 253 of 2018. Honorable Speaker, allow me to move that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House today, Tuesday 20th June 2023, be reached before conclusion of the business appearing under order number 14 of today's order paper, being Committee of the Whole House on the Finance Bill 2023, the sitting of the House shall stand extended until the conclusion of the said debate. And Honorable Speaker, I don't need to say much about this because, as you alluded, it's something we discussed in the House Business Committee, and the House Business Committee did direct that we have this procedural motion for today, tomorrow, and Thursday, as you have rightly communicated earlier. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Let me ask the Honorable Junet Mohammed to second.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to second, but seconding Mr. Speaker, as you said, or as you directed in the House Business, we discussed in the House Business Committee that there is a lot of business before us. But Mr. Speaker, Kenyans must know that members of parliament are working. There are no other people in this country who sit up to midnight to do work other than members of parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many times members of parliament are bashed outside there that, oh, they earn for nothing, they earn a lot of allowances, they earn this and that. These are the only people, Mr. Speaker, who sit up to midnight to do the business for this country, Mr. Speaker. And when we are sitting up to midnight, there is no allowance. We are doing it for free, Mr. Speaker, because we want to serve our country. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to beseech members to stay. There is a lot of food, I'm told, at the cafeteria. You can eat. You can drink a lot of water. And then those who have other business after house, they can suspend it for today until another day, so that we can conclude these financial businesses of the country properly, Mr. Speaker, so that Kenyans can have money in their pockets, if at all it will be. But myself, I doubt. But thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Junet. Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House today, Tuesday, 20th June 2023, be reached before conclusion of the business appearing under order paper number 14 of today's order paper, being Committee of the Whole House on the Finance Bill 2023, the sitting of the House shall stand extended until the conclusion of the said business. I now put the question. You want to contribute on this? Is it the mood of the House that we put the question? And now put the question. You can respond without drama. That pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House today, Tuesday, 20th June 2023, be reached before conclusion of the business appearing under Order number 14 of today's order paper, being Committee of the whole House on the Finance Bill 2023, the sitting of the House shall stand extended until the conclusion of the said business. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, before we get to the committee, allow me to give some guidance on consideration of proposed amendments to the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2023. Honorable members, this communication relates to the business appearing under Order 14 in today's supplementary order paper, Tuesday, 20th, 2023, being Committee of the whole House on the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2023. Before the House proceeds with the Committee of the whole House, I wish to provide guidance relating to the consideration of the proposed amendments at the Committee of the whole House. Honorable members, you may recall that on Thursday, 15th June 2023, after conclusion of second reading of the said bill, I did notify the House that members desirous of proposing amendments to the Finance Bill 2023 were at liberty to submit the amendments to the clerk in the manner provided for in the standing orders. Honorable members, Standing Order 133, procedure in Committee of the whole House on a bill provides as follows with respect to the submission of amendments on bills. No amendment shall be moved to any part of a bill by any member other than the member in charge of the bill, unless written notification of the amendment shall have been given to the clerk 24 hours before the commencement of the sitting, at which that part of the bill is to be considered in the committee. In this regard, honorable members, at the close of the timeline prescribed in Standing Order 133-2, the clerk had received several proposed amendments to the said bill, originating from the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, other select committees, and individual members. Indeed, as you may have observed, the notices annexed to today's order paper contain several amendments that have been proposed to the said bill. For certainty, honorable members, other than the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, the following chairpersons of committees and individual members have proposed amendments. The Chairperson Select Committee on Delegated Legislation, the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation, the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure, the Honorable Samuel Atandi, MP, the Honorable Ditmas Barasa, MP, the Honorable John Waluke, MP, the Honorable Dr. Undo Ojambo, MP, the Honorable Lesuda Naisula, MP, the Honorable Mohammed Daud, MP, the Honorable Jared Okello, MP, the Honorable Caleb Amis, MP, the Honorable Dr. James Nyikal, MP, the Honorable Dr. Makali Mule, MP, the Honorable Anton Oluoch, MP, the Honorable Innocent Mugabe, MP, the Honorable Wanami Wamboka, MP, the Honorable Peter Kaluma, MP, the Honorable Majimbo Kalasinga, MP, the Honorable Robert Mbui, CBS, MP, the Honorable Caleb Mutiso, MP, and the Honorable Geoffrey Ruku, MP. Honorable members, as you may be aware, it is now an established practice under the Constitution that when considering any matter that has a financial implication on public funds, the House is bound by the provisions of Article 1142 of the Constitution. For clarity, Article 1142 of the Constitution provides, and I quote, if in the opinion of the Speaker and of the National Assembly, a motion makes provision for a matter listed in the definition of a money bill, the Assembly may proceed only in accordance with the recommendation of the relevant committee after taking into account the views of the Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance. Honorable members, under Clause 3 of Article 114, a money bill includes matters that contain provisions dealing with inter alia taxation, the imposition of charges on a public fund, the appropriation, receipt, custody, investment, or issue of public money, and the raising and guaranteeing of any loan or its repayment. In this regard, a finance bill being one that deals with taxation is clearly a money bill. Honorable members, therefore, consideration of the Finance Bill 2023 squarely falls within the confines of Article 114 of the Constitution and other provisions relating to processing of legislation in the House. The provisions of Article 114 of the Constitution are also anchored in Section 39A of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, which states in part, and I quote, Section 39A, submission, consideration, and passing of finance bill. Any recommendations made by the relevant committee of the National Assembly or resolution passed by the National Assembly on revenue matters shall consider the impact of the proposed changes on the composition of the tax revenue with reference to direct and indirect taxes, consider domestic, regional, and international tax trends, consider the impact on development, investment, employment, and economic growth, take into account the recommendations of the Cabinet Secretary as provided under Article 114 of the Constitution, and take into account the taxation and other tariff arrangements and obligations that Kenya has ratified, including taxation and tariff arrangements under the East African Community Treaty. Additional honorable members, Standing Order 133.5 provides that no amendment shall be permitted to be moved if the amendment deals with a different subject or proposes to unreasonably or unduly expand the subject of the bill, or is not appropriate or is not in logical sequence to the subject matter of the bill. In this regard, I have analyzed the amendments proposed to the Finance Bill 2023 and noted that some contain proposals touching on matters listed in the definition of a money bill, pursuant to the provisions of Article 114 of the Constitution. For the record, the amendments proposed by the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning are not part of those that I have isolated for guidance, as they were processed in the manner contemplated under Article 114 of the Constitution. Having applied my mind on various proposed amendments, I have determined that certain amendments are either similar to or they are fully accommodated by those proposed by the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. In this regard, such amendments will be proceeded with in the Committee of the Whole House. On the other hand, honorable members, there are proposed amendments that, in my opinion, fall within the meaning of a money bill in terms of Article 114 of the Constitution. As you may have clearly noticed in the order paper, I directed the clerk to publish such amendments with a disclaimer subject to provisions of Article 114 of the Constitution placed under each of the affected amendments. As stated earlier, honorable members, whenever a motion or a proposed amendment is subjected to Article 114 of the Constitution, it's expected that such proposal may only be proceeded with if there is concurrence of the National Treasury through the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. In the absence of the evidence that the affected amendments were processed in the manner contemplated in Article 114 of the Constitution, the Speaker is left with no option but to direct that the Committee of the House shall not consider any of the amendments or parts of amendments that have been published in the order paper with a disclaimer. Consequently, members should note that a member seeking to delete a clause need not have an amendment proposing the deletion of a clause. This is because a member is only required to raise and oppose a clause as published in the bill. This effectively enables any member to prosecute his or her opposition to a clause despite the requirements of Article 114 of the Constitution. Further, honorable members, I hasten to inform the House that all proposed amendments for which requirements of 114 of the Constitution do not apply are annexed in the order paper. Honorable members, a number of proposed amendments have since been received from 3 members, namely the Honorable Joshua Kandia MP, the Honorable George Sunguya MP, and the Honorable Basil Ngui MP, outside the time provided for in the standing orders. For clarity, Standing Order 133 provides as follows. No amendment shall be moved to any part of a bill by any member other than the member in charge of the bill unless written notification of the amendment shall have been given to the clerk 24 hours before the commencement of the sitting at which that part of the bill is to be considered in committee. The House will therefore note that the proposed amendments are time-barred, those three. However, I note that some of the amendments have been incorporated in the amendments proposed by the Committee on Finance. Honorable members, I give this direction with full consciousness that the intention of Article 114 of the Constitution is not to curtail the legislative mandate of the House. The article merely seeks to ensure that inasmuch as this House reserves the power to determine revenue-raising measures, it does not commit the executive without taking cognizance of the fiscal policy and considerations of the national government. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to on Standing Order 131. But before I go there, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that before I go there, Mr. Speaker, yes, I want to say that just as I mentioned earlier today in the House Business Committee, Mr. Speaker, our understanding of the provisions of Article 114, Sub-Article 2, is that the House does not require the concurrence of the Cabinet Secretary, but simply requires to take into consideration the views of the Cabinet Secretary, which views it can either accept or reject. Mr. Speaker, for that purpose, Mr. Speaker, I am of the view that we can still prosecute all the proposed amendments. Mr. Speaker, I want to go to the second issue, if you may give me attention.
Yes.
If members could give me attention.
Order, honorable members. You will listen to the Minority Leader in silence.
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 131, and I want to read it for the avoidance of doubt. And as I do so, Mr. Speaker, this notion that we are in a hurry should also be dispensed with, because I don't think we are in a hurry. We have all the time to deal with the issues.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
No.
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 131. Standing Order 131. Provides that where a bill has been read a second time and before commencement of the Committee of the Whole, as we are about to do, Mr. Speaker, amendments have been proposed to it, which in the opinion of the Speaker require harmonization. The Speaker may direct any member proposing an amendment to the bill to appear before the relevant departmental committee dealing with the subject matter of the bill to present his or her proposed amendments, and the committee shall submit a report to the House on the result of the exercise before the Committee of the Whole House is taken. Mr. Speaker, you will notice from the Standing Order 131 that the amendments that have been proposed go to the core of the bill, and some have got far-reaching ramifications. I just want to plead with you, because we haven't been told if at all a window was provided to the Committee on Finance, chaired ably by Honorable Kimani Kuria, to undertake this harmonization process. In fact, in parliamentary parlance, it is referred to as winnowing. That would then make the work of the whole House easier, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is much more to it, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, in the past, previous speakers, and in particular Speaker J.B. Muturi, has ruled when faced with similar situations, where there have been very many amendment proposals to a bill. He has ruled that the winnowing exercise be undertaken before the Committee of the Whole can commence. But he has even gone further, Mr. Speaker. If you go to Article 118 of the Constitution, Article 118 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, imposes a duty on this House, without reading it, imposes a duty on this House to undertake proper public participation on any bill before it can be dispensed with or before it can be processed. Mr. Speaker, the upshot of this, and again this is buttressed by Standing Order 127.3, which I will read. 127.3, Mr. Speaker, and I seek members' indulgence. 127.3, the department committee to which a bill is committed shall facilitate public participation on the bill through an appropriate mechanism, including B, holding public hearings, and many other things. The Speaker, going by the number of amendments being proposed, firstly by the Committee on Finance, and secondly by various other members and chairs of other committees, it would appear that the character of this bill is likely to change in a comprehensive manner, Mr. Speaker. And we are likely to be transacting business on matters which the public have not been given an opportunity to make their contribution. In other words, on a matter on which the public has not participated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to just give two examples of bills which had not only been referred back to the Committee for Harmonization, which is winnowing, but actually were ordered to be republished by the Honorable Speaker J.B. Muturi. So, Speaker, one such bill is the gaming bill, Bill number 35 of 2019. The second bill is the Universities Amendment Bill of 2021. In those two instances, in respect of those two bills, Speaker Muturi, having assessed the enormity of the proposed amendments and the likelihood of them changing fundamentally the character of the original bill, and bearing in mind the requirements and the dictates of Article 118 of the Constitution on public participation, buttressed by Standing Order 127.3, did direct that the bills not only be harmonized, but actually be republished before the House could transact them. Mr. Speaker, in the same vein, I want to plead with you, because 30th of June is still too far away, Mr. Speaker. The House can find a mechanism of navigating through this process, but we cannot circumvent a very cardinal process, a very cardinal principle in the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which is public participation under Article 118, Mr. Speaker, by simply rushing through this process. Mr. Speaker, it is my submission that this bill requires not only a harmonization process, but actually requires to be republished, so that the public can be given adequate time and opportunity to participate. Mr. Speaker, I submit. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and may thank the Leader of Minority for raising those issues. However, Honorable Speaker, a number of the issues that have been touched on by the Leader of Minority are not accurate. Because, Honorable Speaker, I have been in this House for the last almost 11, 12 years with the Leader of Minority. We joined this House together. And he knows for a fact, because he has alluded to previous rulings by Speaker J.B. Muturi and precedents set by Speaker J.B. Muturi. The Leader of Minority knows for a fact there is not any single moment that Speaker Muturi, or indeed any other speaker in the history of this House, has allowed the process of winnowing alluded to understanding order 131 on money bills. That is a fact, and the leader of minority knows that is a fact. Winnowing has been done on other bills except money bills that are not subject to Article 114 of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, in view of that, Honorable Speaker, that's what I was saying, Honorable Speaker, it is not accurate what the leader of minority is saying. And indeed, if this was not a money bill, a winnowing process would help to enable the House to process the myriad of amendments that are similar in a faster way. But on money bills, the leader of minority, with all due respect, knows in the history of this House, it has never happened, because money bills are subject to the provisions of Article 114. Two, Honorable Speaker, this is not the first finance bill we are processing as a House. Neither is it the last. But filibustering is also not the first time we have seen it. And it's not the last time we have seen it, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I hear the Honorable Leader of Minority say that we don't need the concurrence of the National Treasury. And to an extent, I agree with him. We are not under the directions of the National Treasury at all. But I want to confirm that in line with the provisions of Article 114 of the Constitution, the chair of the Finance Committee has been able to engage, and even after the House Business Committee this morning, Honorable Speaker, I was in a meeting with the chair of the Finance Committee and a whole delegation from the National Treasury to consider all the amendments that have been proposed both by the committee, and indeed, I can tell you there were clauses, amendments that have been proposed by the committee, which on consultation with the National Treasury, some were dropped. There are amendments. If you go through the supplementary order paper, Honorable Speaker, you will see the amendments by the member for Homa Bay, the Honorable Kaluma, that have been allowed following that consultation. There are amendments by the Honorable Oundo, Honorable Naisula, who is seated right at the back, Honorable Mbui, Honorable Aluoch, Honorable Mule. Therefore, there are myriad of many amendments that have been allowed following that consultation. And therefore, that's what I was saying, it may not necessarily be very accurate to say that there are those that have been condemned and had. Two, Honorable Speaker, or three, the question of public participation. In the history of legislative processes in this country since the enactment of the new Constitution, Honorable Speaker, no other bill, none whatsoever, not even the infamous political parties bill, which we took through winnowing, none has had a more rigorous public participation exercise than this finance bill, Honorable Speaker. And I must commend the chair and the Finance Committee and members who sit in the Finance Committee from both sides of the political divide, because I know there are diligent members of the Finance Committee in Azimio who sat through the public participation. There are many members within the Kenya Kwanza coalition who sat for long hours through public participation. For the first time, Honorable Speaker, I have seen members of Parliament, as Honorable Junet was saying, not just sitting up to midnight, sitting even on Sundays. At one point, Honorable Speaker, may the Lord forgive me, I was watching a public participation exercise when I was seated in church somewhere, Honorable Speaker, because these members of the Finance Committee devoted a lot of their time to this public participation. And therefore, the question of public participation, I think, is spent and is something that has been covered. Honorable Speaker, there are other amendments, and I'll draw reference to some amendments I've seen here by the Honorable Makali Mulu, some that seek to delete particular clauses, Honorable Speaker. I think, Honorable Speaker, other than being subjected to the provisions of Article 114, if you are seeking to delete a provision in a bill, the easier way is to vote against that particular provision in the bill. And therefore, you have been accorded the opportunity, since the provision is still the particular clause, for instance, those that the Honorable Makali Mulu sought to delete. The easier way is when we go to committee, the Honorable Makali Mulu will get an opportunity to prosecute his case as to why he seeks deletion. and convince me and others that we should delete that particular clause. And if we agree with him, we vote in the negative and delete, basically defeat that particular provision, and it will not be there. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, let me in conclusion say that the process of winnowing in the history of this House, I think, is a fact that is known by those who have been here, that the process of winnowing has never been subjected to money bills. And unless we are trying to reinvent that, Honorable Speaker, and I do want, in conclusion, to beg that as much as we are not in a hurry, Honorable Speaker, as the leader of minority says, we have up to midnight. We are in no hurry. But we must also spend the time that we have devoted here up to midnight today, up to midnight tomorrow, up to midnight on Thursday, and hopefully even before 30th, any other day. But we must utilize our time properly. Let us not in any way utilize our time through filibustering and trying to spend time in not a very wise manner, Honorable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Junet.
Mr. Speaker, the cardinal responsibility of this House is to legislate, Mr. Speaker, in Article 95. And Mr. Speaker, we must stop anything that can impede legislation in this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the members here have amendments to the finance bill, but they have been told that under Article 114, there must be consultation with the Treasury. But Mr. Speaker, the consultation with the Treasury is supposed to happen between the committee and the Treasury, and not necessarily with the members. And this impedes now members from doing their legislation work, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remember in 2018, in this House, and it's on record, it is in the hands of Mr. Speaker, I brought an amendment to the finance bill, and which was a money bill. And we were amending a clause that was putting, VAT, 16% VAT on fuel, the same thing we are doing today. And Mr. Speaker, at the beginning I was told that this is supposed to be under 114. But the Speaker then was seated on the same chair, you are seated today, made a ruling in the afternoon here, and said that let the matter be decided by the members themselves in a voting. And in the end, we agreed that let us come up from 0, we go to 8, and the executive comes from 16, they come to 8, and that's why today we have 8% of VAT on the fuel, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was no memorandum. There was nothing. We agreed here, and the Speaker ruled that he's exempting that amendment from what Article 114. Why? Because even the Constitution, that 114 says, in the opinion of the Speaker has an opinion. The Speaker has a serious opinion because he's the one who runs the House. He's the one who is in charge of legislation in this House, Mr. Speaker. He's the one who approves amendments. He's the one who looks at the constitutionality of matters that we bring to this House, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, first, don't lose what the Constitution has given you, which says in the opinion of the Speaker. It did not say in the opinion of the Minister for Treasury. It did not say in the opinion of the Minister for the PS for Treasury. Mr. Speaker, in your opinion, if a matter, if an amendment is of national interest, of national importance, Mr. Speaker, in your opinion, I beseech you, you should allow, members will do a decision here in one way or the other, Mr. Speaker. The amendment will be voted on, and they will decide on one way or the other. But in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, let me also add a pick from where the majority leader said, like what Honorable Makali has proposed in terms of deletion. Mr. Speaker, I don't think voting against an amendment is the same as proposing an amendment of deletion, Mr. Speaker. Those are two different things. They're not the same. They're not the same, Mr. Speaker, according to the way I understand it. Deletion means getting rid of that thing in totality, completely out of the bill. But no means it can go either way, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, even deleting you have to, that is why exactly you vote on the amendment and you also vote for the deletion, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, deletion of clauses have been a tradition in this House, Mr. Speaker. The clerk here, before he became the clerk, he was the director of legislation and this other thing, what's called what? Legislation and procedure. And Mr. Speaker has been approving deletions for the last 15 years I've been here, or 10 years I've been here. delete this, delete that. Why is deletion becoming an issue today? If you don't like that deletion, vote against it also. The way you are saying we vote against the amendment. Mr. Speaker, let us have here free, under the Article 95, freedom of debate and freedom of legislation. Let anybody bring any amendments they want, let it be put on a vote, and if the vote carries, whichever side carries the vote, we agree with it and we move forward. Mr. Speaker, let us not hide ourselves under Article 114. That article is so ambiguous. It's like the one that the executive uses to guard Parliament when we normally pass bills here. They go for assent. They return it with a memorandum, Mr. Speaker. And then you are told to undo that. You have to get 2/3. Article 115. That's another one. That has been abused for the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker. It was abused in the last 10 years. Mr. Speaker, you sit.
There's a point of order from Chepkonga. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, when Honorable Junet Mohammed repeats himself over, he doesn't need to convince anyone. He just filibustering here. What he just needs is to stay to be relevant to what he's saying. But, he looks at the majority leader, then he repeats the same thing he had just said 30 seconds. Mr. Speaker, you should rule him out of order. There's a standing order which is very clear, not being repetitive. And two, Mr. Speaker, he doesn't need to convince us too much. We know where he stands. Just he speak for 1 minute, and then he sits down, and then we will deal with the rest, Mr. Speaker.
Junet, finish, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chepkonga is my friend, Mr. Speaker. But these 5 years of absence from Parliament, Mr. Speaker, something must be done. But anyway, something must be done, Mr. Speaker. We must do something about it, I think. But let me leave it there. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to say that, Mr. Speaker, in your own wisdom and in your own opinion, Mr. Speaker, I beseech that we allow amendments that have been brought by the members so that we can proceed and vote on them and see how they go, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Murugara. Just take your seat, I'll give you. Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we proceed, we must distinguish between money bills and ordinary bills. And there is clear distinction, even from our own constitution, as to what are money bills and what are ordinary bills. When it comes to standing orders on winnowing, it is very clear, and this is a house of record. We have precedents on where winnowing has been allowed, where harmonization has been allowed by the Speaker. We do not have any precedent in this House where winnowing has been called for and where this House, the Speaker has allowed for winnowing to take place. The reason being, money bills are actually special forms of bills which are contemplated during the budget-making process. This is where this House is appropriating money so that the government has revenue for its use. Even where you look at the Constitution, where it is stated in the opinion of the Speaker, it proceeds to say in sub-article 2 that that motion for a matter listed in the definition of a money bill, the Assembly may proceed as per recommendations of the Committee of the House after taking into account the views of the Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance. So surely, this is not far-fetched when we say we are to seek views of the Cabinet Secretary for finance. It's part of our law. Most important, it's important to say that in the last parliament in which I sat, we did winnowing in the political parties amendment laws, which was in order. We also did it in the security laws, which was in order, but we have never done it in a finance bill. And most important, again, I go to deletions. Deletions in a finance bill are equivalent to successfully opposing a section of that act. Once you oppose successfully, that section is deleted in entirety. This is why we are saying there is no point in having these deletions in the order paper. We simply take it to vote. It carries the day, the deletion succeeds. It fails, the section remains. Therefore, we believe we should be proceeding without these deletions, and most important, the winnowing bit is not relevant to what we have before the House today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to go on record that I've been a member of the Budget Committee since I joined this Parliament for the last 11 years. And one of the key responsibilities of the Parliamentary Budget Office is to determine whether bills are money bills or they don't need to come to the Budget Committee. Once bills are determined to be money bills, Honorable Speaker, the Budget Committee will have to sit and accord a member a chance to present this bill and justify why the bill is important to this country. And on the basis of that, then there will be consultation with the Treasury to determine whether the bill should proceed to the second reading or not. Now, Honorable Speaker, what we have done to this bill, this being a finance bill, automatically all amendments will be money bills. All amendments will relate to money bill because this is a finance bill. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the kind of amendments being proposed by members here, and there are very many, Honorable Speaker, I think what Junaid was saying makes a lot of sense, that we might need to be accorded an opportunity as honorable members who are proposing these amendments to be listened to, so that on the basis of that, then we make a decision whether it will withdraw my amendment or not. In a situation where you are leading more than 10 honorable members and two departmental committees proposing amendments, and we just want to rubbish this kind of amendment by the fact that they relate to Article 114, I think we have been unfair to this House as a House which makes laws. So, honorable members, for me, we still have up to 30 to pass this bill. I don't think we are late. If it was my opinion, I would have requested that the Speaker accords us an opportunity, maybe up to midnight, as he's saying. Now we can just break and this committee convenes. We go there up to midnight, we present our issues, and then we see our way forward. The other issue is, when I propose to delete a clause, we know this House, matters voting, we lose all our senses. People will just say yes, even when it should be no. Others will be saying no when it should be yes. And on those bases, the only room I have is to delete, so that I'll have an opportunity to prosecute my case, and I hope I will be convincing some on the basis of objectivity and not on the basis of what we have been told to do, honorable members. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg you, if it is possible, you accord these honorable members an opportunity to prosecute our amendments. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair of the committee, I will bring this to a closure soon.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have an advantage of having been a member of the Committee of Finance and National Planning for the entire life of the 12th Parliament, and therefore I have seen the process of the finance bill for the last 5 years, and this is the 6th year where I've chaired. Honorable Speaker, on 2 occasions, I actually did not agree with the committee, and I wrote, and it was actually on the order paper, that I move amendment on the finance bill. And those 2 occasions, Honorable Speaker, there was no winnowing that happened for those particular finance bill for the 5 years that I served as a member of the Committee of Finance and National Planning. The Honorable Makani Mulu brings a very interesting debate about money bills and budget committee. So, and now that makes it even a little more complicated. Then, should therefore those amendments have been sent to the Committee of Budget and Appropriations and not then the Committee of Finance and National Planning? Lastly, Honorable Speaker, most of the amendments that honorable members were bringing, we actually did have a sitting with the committee, and we actually looked at them. And for some of those and most of those amendments were actually being carried in our amendments that you're proposing this particular afternoon, Honorable Speaker. And lastly, every clause, and I would like members to really understand this, that every clause in this particular bill has a financial implication. Last week, we did pass in the Committee of Supply, the appropriations of various categories. I did not see, Honorable Speaker, apart from the allocation for private universities, I did not see any amendment proposing to do a cut in any of the budget proposals that was passed by the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Therefore, to expect, therefore, that the committee would accept particular clauses or amendment of particular clauses without consultation on the financial implication would be committing a budget suicide, if we call it Honorable Speaker, because we have a responsibility. And unfortunately, that responsibility is being carried by the Committee of Finance and National Planning to find resources for projects, for votes that this particular House has agreed on. So I really urge this House, when you come to debate on the revenue measures to finance the budget you members of Parliament have already passed, which I did not see any of the members of Parliament on the other side of this House amending any vote to reduce our expenditures, to come and now reduce how we are going to finance this. We have tried to achieve a deficit of only 718 billion. Therefore, any amendment without consultation on any clause is therefore going to affect our
Chairman,
debt and our...
114.
I think, Honorable Speaker, I have made my point. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, for us to make progress, having listened to the issues raised by the minority leader, the response of the majority leader, the Honorable Junet, the Honorable Makali Mulu, the Honorable Murugara, and the Honorable Kimani. First, the issue of Article 114 should be protected and be held as sacrosanct. However, in the opinion of the Speaker, and this is not in any way President setting against 114, having looked at the amendments listed and the clauses in the bill that have attracted the highest proposals for amendments, and these are the following clauses: Clause 2, Clause 24, Clause 33, Clause 34, Clause 36, Clause 43, Clause 76, Clause 78. I will allow proposed amendments on those clauses to proceed regardless. The rest, order. Those of you who have filed amendments, you know the clauses you are amending. In my view, and in consultation with my clerks at the table, the clauses that have attracted the highest proposals for amendment, and it will not be good to lock them out. I want those who have proposed to prosecute them. All clauses 2, 24, 33, 34, 36, 43, 76, 78. I'll allow, regardless of my views on 114, and I want to repeat, this is not a precedent setting. It is a unique situation that I'll allow the House, in the interest of fairness and in the interest of arriving at a consensual bill that takes our country forward. You will be allowed to prosecute your amendments, and Honorable Kimani and Honorable Majority Leader and the rest be available to prosecute this in committee stage. As we go into the committee of the whole, I want to say the following. Yes, Junet, what is it?
Speaker, in accordance with your ruling, Mr. Speaker, now that has changed the dynamics of our engagement, I'm requesting, Mr. Speaker, that we adjourn for 10 minutes so that we appraise our members on those clauses that you have given. Then we sit down again, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Yes, Ruku. Honorable Ruku.
10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is true, the Crowd 71, Mr. Speaker, sir, has ensured that this country has missed royalties from the year 2020 to now, from the year 2020 July to the moment. And if we are not going to...
Are you speaking to my direction?
Yes. If you are not going to allow this House, Mr. Speaker, to also look at the amendment... No, he has not mentioned Crowd 71. I beseech you, Mr. Speaker, to also allow Crowd 71 of the finance bill to be looked at, regardless whether it is a money bill or it's affecting Article 114 of the Constitution or not. Because if it does not get the amendment, Mr. Speaker, this country will continue losing royalties and we are here seeking to see how we can finance the deficit of 719 billion as it has
Honorable
been...
Ruku, you seem to have a mistaken belief that the amendment will go through. It will be put to a vote.
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker, I beg you to allow we put that clause
Take your seat.
into the...
You know, if I now start deleting and including, we will not make progress. I've given you a reasoned direction, and I believe it's a sound direction. Let me now call the House. What is procedural, Bandi? And let it be procedural.
Procedural. Mr. Speaker, I want to first of all thank you for your ruling and the indulgence on this matter of allowing members who had proposed amendments to be considered. But Mr. Speaker, as a matter of procedure, from the debate here, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that we need to do something about our standing orders and to make amendments. Mr. Speaker, I want to just suggest, because tomorrow we will have another speaker who may not indulge its members. We need to be clear that if this provision in the Constitution talks about Assembly may proceed only in accordance with the recommendation of the relevant committee of the Assembly, there should be a report from the committee on each and every proposed amendment so that members proposing amendments, Mr. Speaker, are not disadvantaged. It should not be left at the whim of the clerk or even the Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by the way, you only have the authority, in your opinion, to determine whether it is a money bill. But as to whether the House should proceed, that is now supposed to come from the committee. And that should be in the form of a report, Mr. Speaker. So what I expected, Mr. Speaker...
Mbadi,
yes.
You are actually pursuing a defeatist argument.
No, Mr. Speaker, I am just asking that we fine-tune our standing orders.
You are
so
inviting me
yes.
to lock out everything. Because, Honorable Mbadi, you know you are talking to a speaker who is also a very senior lawyer in this country and who understands legal issues very clearly. There is the provision of Article 114 and the public participation bit. There is also your own standing orders that limits the time within which to file the amendments. So if you want to open that argument and we go back to the status quo ante, then we lock out everybody. I have exercised my discretion and magnanimity to members who have filed amendments in the largest number and said, so that we do not lock out members unnecessarily and unreasonably, those clauses that have attracted the largest number of proposed amendments cannot be for nothing. Let them be dealt with in the committee of the whole. You will argue your case for amendment. The chair of the committee or any other member will respond. The chair of the committee of the whole will put the question and the matter will proceed. Number two, going forward, because I have told you already, honorable members, and directed that you'll sit up to the end of the day, today, tomorrow, Thursday. But it's also in your interest to prosecute the matter and finish it within reasonable time. So the manner of voting, I will direct the chair of the committee that where he or she finds it necessary to call for an electronic vote, to do so. Where it is necessary to go for a voice vote, I always call it a noise vote. If you want to have a noise vote, the chair will determine. Where you want to have an electronic vote, the chair will determine, so that you can make reasonable progress. So I now ask you to be upstanding. We go into the committee of the whole.
Order number 14, Committee of the Whole House.
You're supposed to bow. Yes, I did. Members, I already bowed and none of you are sitting. You may sit. We now commence the committee of the whole House.
Two. The Income Tax Act, Clause 2. Yes, amendments. We'll proceed with this.
I now propose the question that Clause 2 be part of the bill. Mover to move the amendment. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that Clause 2 be amended as per the supplementary order paper. And essentially what we're doing here, Honorable Speaker, is changing the definition of winnings relating to betting, gaming, lottery, prize competition. And this is where we are only allowing the profit made on that particular bet by tightening the law so that the only money that is allowed to be deducted from the amount staggered is the amount that pertains to that particular transaction. So, Honorable Chair, this is just tightening this on the law. This matter has been litigated in court, and we are just trying to make sure that it is aligned with the court ruling and defines the gains made on betting by specifying that only the amount that is going to be allowed to be deducted from the amounts waggered or staggered is the amount that was used for that. It is amount, not amounts, that is used for that particular transaction and not transactions. And Honorable Chair, this also helps because there was a view that this could be abused, where if, for example, you place a bet of 1,000 shillings thrice and win after the fourth time, then what will be deducted will be the stakes that you've put the 3 times you've bet before. But Honorable Speaker, now this tightens up that particular law so that it's only the amount that is waggered or staked for that particular transaction. With that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Peter Kaluma. Yeah. I now propose the question that Clause 2 be amended as proposed. Okay, yes. Honorable Kaluma.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I beg to move that Clause 2 be amended in paragraph A by deleting the proposed new definition of person. Honorable members,
Are we mixing the two amendments? Are we mixing the two amendments?
No, I'm giving Honorable Kaluma an opportunity to contribute to that because he had a similar amendment. So his was similar.
Honorable Chair, is the amendment proposed on person? Because I heard the Chair, Honorable Chair, to speak about a different matter. If it is on person, I can contribute, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Kaluma, you had a similar amendment, yes.
I thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I would agree with the committee to delete the definition of person for the reason, Honorable Speaker, that the definition proposed states that in the case of an individual, a reference to a relative, a person includes a reference to a relative as defined in Section 26, subsection 5, and on that Section 26, subsection 5 is a provision of the Income Tax Act. Honorable Speaker, when you look at that Section 26, subsection 5, that definition includes your ancestor. In fact, it begins with ancestor, late relatives, deceased relatives, and so many people. It means you would be obligated, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, to pay taxes for defaults even by your ancestors. And for that, I agree with the committee that it be deleted.
Yes, good question. Yes, let's go to the next one.
Now you know.
I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Yes. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that
Yes.
Honorable Nyikal. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. My amendment in clause 2 is actually clause 2B, and my amendment is that clause 2B should be deleted. The import of this amendment, Madam Speaker, is that all issues of digital content monetization is under this, taking from A, B, C, D, E, F, all the way up to H. So, Madam Speaker, that means that all these activities that are now being subjected to tax, it is my view, and we have been saying here, that when young people are actually trying to use content to actually raise some money, we do not go ahead again and tax them. Therefore, my amendment is that B be deleted. That is my proposal, Madam Chair.
I now propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Nyikal. Yes, nothing. No, it's Honorable Mbadi. Yeah, Honorable Mbadi. It's on. No, he has put his name there.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would not have a problem in supporting this amendment, in so long as, but the problem is the moment we now remove the digital content, then we must make sure that the provision in law that is taxing them, withholding tax, will also fall. So if you ask me, I would support Nyikal's amendment so that we are silent completely on the issues of digital content in terms of taxation, so that we exclude this important sector, the digital content monetization, and what we call content creators, and social, and so to allow the young generation, people who are interested in, who are unemployed, but are trying to eke a living. So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, I would request the House to agree with this amendment so that we remove the digital content monetization completely from this finance bill, which therefore means when it comes to the withholding tax, which we will come to at 15%, then now that will not be considered at all, because we have already removed from the definition the digital content monetization.
Chairperson for the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think I want to make a clarification so that we move together. Honorable members, clause 2 has three sections. Has part A that talks about the definition of winnings, has part B that talks about the definition of digital content monetization. And by the way, this does not talk about the rate yet. we are just defining, especially with reference to what crowdfunding is, and providing reference. So that crowdfunding is where you use, say, Mchanga or WhatsApp to raise money, say, for a particular cause. So this amendment is not seeking to tax the amount of money raised in that particular crowdfunding, but the fees that are going to be collected as an income. Monetization so that they are able to tax. Then part C, Honorable Osoro, these are 3 parts. It's important that we carry the members so that we know what we're doing. Part C is what Honorable Kaluma was talking about, deletion of persons. The committee has already proposed a deletion of that definition of persons that was giving liability to ancestors and family members and stepbrothers and stepsisters. So that is already, as per I've moved, as amendment of clause 2. With that, I wanted to bring the House to speed. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I was just letting you respond to the proposal by Honorable Nyikal. And then after that, I'll give you an opportunity to prosecute all your amendments as the Finance Chair. What's your point of order, Honorable Mbadi?
Madam Chair, what I wanted to say, because the proposed amendment is about digital content monetization.
Just, oh, it's okay, Honorable Mbadi. If you're agreeing with me, then there's no need to. Just let him finish. You have a minute.
You say put the question and you don't even know what people are discussing.
You're out of order, Honorable Mbadi. Just finish. I've given you a minute.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
on the issue of rates, we will come to that. And the moment we are done.
Okay. Yes, thank you. All right. We've had you. Okay. I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Nyikal. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. Do we allow the division? Yeah. All right. Okay, we'll ring the bell for 5 minutes. Ring the bell for 5 minutes and get all your cards ready. Get your electronic cards ready. Honorable members. Yeah, I want to read.
Electronic.
Electronic, but not everybody has a card.
No, they spare cards.
And the clerk had actually sent a message.
There's 100 there. People have been told to bring their cards, and there are some spare cards which they can bring for you.
I sent one.
You sent for one, eh?
Did you come on? Unile hiyo mtu kadi yangu. Wapi kadi yangu? Hello.
Kuna amendments zimetupa.
No, these guys wanted, they want to delay.
Yeah.
So they don't already the speaker has directed about electronic voting, so there's nothing we can do. So I'll just cite standing order 70.
Yes.
And then say this. In any case, the speaker has not directed. Yes. So in which case we shall proceed.
The division bell is currently on at the National Assembly, and members of the National Assembly are being rallied from the presence of Parliament to make their way into the chamber to allow for consideration of clauses in the Finance Bill 2023. The Finance Bill, currently, the members of the National Assembly are considering the clause 2 of the bill, where we've had members of the ruling party as well as the opposition being on divergent positions over this particular clause. And to just take you through the clause in the bill is that it is about the digital content monetization. The proposals in the bill is that the clause be amended in the proposed definition of digital content creation by deleting a paragraph E and substituting therefore with a new paragraph. This particular clause further offers for use of a logo, brand, and catchphrase associated with content creator merchandises, sales, ebooks, as well as course or software. There is further proposals to delete paragraph H and substituting therefore with another paragraph H, A, that a content creator earns a commission or fees from crowdfunding. And the proposals is that there is a deletion of the proposed definition of a person. Currently, the National Assembly is considering the Finance Bill 2023 that has lots of clauses. And this is under the Committee of the Whole, where members of the National Assembly will be voting on different clauses. As it is, the bill has 79 clauses that members of the National Assembly will be considering. And so far, we have about 12 amendments to the Finance Bill 2023, where the opposition has 8 clauses. The committee has fronted 2 amendments, as well as the Kenya Kwanza administration has forwarded 2 amendments to the Finance Bill 2023.
Well, Sergeant at Arms, close the door. Honorable members, I wish to bring to your attention Standing Order number 70, as other members had raised the reason why we should undertake electronic voting. Standing Order number 70 says, unless the Speaker, for the convenience of the House, otherwise directs, voting on a division in the House shall be by electronic voting. And already the Speaker, when he was here, had already directed that voting will be by electronic voting. Honorable members, just to give you a reminder, honorable members, if there are members who don't have their cards, just bring it to the attention of the... Yes, but you, honorable member, you're out of order. Don't shout. He's going, just bring it to the attention of the Sergeant at Arms. And then you go, just go and listen to them. Just bring it to the attention of the Sergeant at Arms. And honorable members, I will now just take you through that now that the card has stopped, the bell has stopped, the doors have been closed and the bars drawn. We would like to ask all members to log out. All members log out for 60 seconds. Okay, 60 seconds. Let's wait for 60 seconds. Who's checking the time? Honorable Junet, I already heard you and we have agreed. Okay, you want? Okay. Okay. Honorable Junet, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, what we have agreed is that there are certain clauses that we are going to vote electronically, and there are major clauses that we have to vote physically. So the issue of VAT, the issue of housing is physical. The other issues, electronic. So we have agreed like that. That's the position.
Honorable members, have you all logged out your cards? Okay. I can still see Betty Maina, Honorable from Muranga County. Honorable Lisa Chelule, remove your card. Honorable James Wandai, Leader of Minority, kindly pull out your card. Robert Basil of Yatta, pull out your card. Honorable Ibrahim, Wajir North, also remove your card. Pull your card. Eh? Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Remove your cards. Log out. I still have a number of people here. Honorable Robert Basil, Honorable Babu Awino, Honorable Francis Masara, Honorable Abdikadir Muhammad. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. Let's wait for 30 seconds. Check the 30 seconds and we log in. Okay, honorable members, you may now log in. You may now log in. And at the expiry of 60 seconds, then you may vote. You have an option to vote yes, an option to vote no, or an option to abstain. Proceed. Okay, honorable members, it is now time. You may now vote. You may now vote. Go and listen to them. Just ignore them. I think they are doing it deliberately. Voting has to be deliberately. They have to display how many are in attendance first. Okay, there is a bit of a challenge with the system. Just hold on for a few minutes. It's being addressed. It's being addressed.
Why don't we vote by roll call?
Yeah.
Yeah, we said by roll call.
Order members, order members. The IT team is looking at it. There is no need to get animated about it. No, there's no point to be animated about it. It's okay. We are going to do it. You know, we have to try first because... Okay, it didn't work, eh? It didn't work. Okay, honorable members, we shall start roll call voting now because the system isn't working. But it was imperative to at least attempt to follow the speakers in directions. Have a seat, sit down. Take your seats, tell your team to take their seats. Honorable Wandai. Honorable Wandai, your team are the only ones standing. If you could kindly ask them to sit. Honorable Fatuma Migori, kindly take your seat.
From what IT says, 206 are already logged in.
There are
206. 206 are already logged in. Yes.
The results have come.
Not the results, because it's not voted, but 206 are logged in.
260 are ready.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's either an issue of us.
So what is the system? What happens?
No, it takes time.
It will show when they vote. It will show the numbers. Why don't you tell one of the IT guy can't come here?
Yes. See, the reason why she's on phone is for her to tell you that. Yes.
So 260 people managed.
They are ready, yes. They are actually logged in. They are only waiting to vote. Yes.
The IT team has confirmed that 260 people are actually logged in, are just waiting to vote. Just hold on, they're trying to make sure that everybody's on it.
I don't know what he wants to say. Dindi.
Okay. Leave Dindi.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have been to this House several occasions, and most of the time that we actually try to vote digitally, Madam Speaker, it has not been successful. I'm wondering whether it is a coincidence, Madam Speaker, because this House has invested colossal amounts of money in making sure that we are able to vote efficiently and especially digitally. Madam Speaker, we must relook at the entire IT team of this Parliament, Honorable Speaker, so that next time, if there is capacity they need, we capacitate, but we need to be efficient, Madam Speaker, in terms of voting, because I don't think this is a coincidence. This is normal.
Thank you. Thank you. Get there. Okay, this is what will happen. Because we already have over 270 people who are logged in. No, if you have not, okay, log in. Log in. No, log in. I can even see. Don't, just log in and wait. Honorable Mbadi, I can see your name. I can see your name, or you can move to another table. I can see your Honorable Mbadi. You can move to the next one and try and do it on the other one. Honorable Mbadi, I know that trick. You're trying to make sure that we can go and do manual. Okay. Clerk will do that. Okay. All right, we can give it one more try before we resort to another method. So let us all log out. Let us all log out. Let us all log out. Honorable Wandai, let us all log out. And then, has everyone logged out? Okay, let's wait for a few seconds. Yusuf Muhammad, Wajir West, pull out. Okay, all right. Now we can start again. Amos Mwango of Starehe, kindly remove your card. Don't log in until I tell you. Log out. Stay away until I tell you. I will tell you. You can ask for a spare. You can easily ask for a spare card. Okay, Amos Mwango, Starehe, please log out. Honorable Francis Masara, log out. Sunai West. Honorable Musa Sirma, log out. Babu Owino, log out. Okay, now let us, can they proceed now? Can now log in. You can now log in. You can now log in. And then wait until I tell you to vote. Log in and wait until I tell you to vote. Log in. Whoever is logging in has logged in. Okay. Yeah, do not vote yet. Just stay logged in. Do not vote yet.
We will wait because they are counting how many are logged in. After they tell us, that's when we will now give the
Okay, honorable members, remain logged in, but do not vote yet. Remain logged in, but do not vote yet. Once the IT team has counted the number of people who have logged in, then we shall vote. I will give you the all clear. Honorable Bui, you are out of order, and you will actually end up not voting. So take your seat. You are already logged in. It's okay. That's your problem. Let us proceed.
You can't threaten us, Madam Chair. Why are you threatening us?
We'll vote. We are going to proceed to vote, but wait. We are just waiting for the go-ahead from IT, and then we'll tell you to vote. We shall proceed. It's working.
Imagine we would have finished by now, and you even know our votes. It's not working.
Honorable Badi, if you just be a little patient, we are waiting for the all clear if the logging is working. If it's not, of course we will default to the other system. So let's just be patient. Let us be patient. Honorable Wanami, you're out of order. Just be patient. We are trying to check the system. I said in case the system does not work. You can get one from Sergeant at Arms. They can bring you one. But you've read Standing Order 70. You know Standing Order 70. I read Order 70 very clearly. Unless the Speaker directs, of course you don't want to vote. Just be patient for 2 more minutes. If it doesn't work and not everyone has logged in, we shall revert to the manual system. Let's wait. Okay, it seems apparent that the system is not working. Then take your seats that we can begin. Take your seats and we can begin.
Just to maintain order, direct that you read this, that everybody should be maintain order.
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable Mbui. Honorable members. Honorable members, I wish to bring to your attention order number 76, standing order number 76. During division, members shall maintain order in the House and shall be in their designated seats and must remain seated until the result is announced. So, honorable members, let us obey our own standing orders. It's okay. Everybody can stay seated. The two clerks, yes, Honorable Wanami. No, don't argue. Honorable member, don't argue. Just say, you're already standing there. Yes. Not everything has to be aggravated. Okay, two people from this side. Honorable Pukose. Honorable Doya, take your seat. Okay. Honorable Wanjala, you're out of order. I just read Standing Order 76, that you must maintain order and be seated during division. If not, you'll be out of order and may have to leave the chamber. Take your seats. Honorable Owino, take your seat. Member for Karachu on your seat. Oh, Mumias, I can't see him. Everybody is seated. Okay, sound. Okay.
Itafanya nini? Just that.
Can sit?
Yes, just sit. Then advise.
Honorable members, as we begin the voting process, I wish to remind you of the question. I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Nyikal. Okay, we shall now have the names read out by the clerk. All right, members, if your name is called, you pronounce your vote from where you're seated.
Chepkonga Kiprono Samuel.
Chepkonga, vote no. You mark.
Langat.
No, you don't mark like that.
No.
Here, there is a no and a yes.
There are people who are doing that. Mine is to ensure that.
No. Then if you want somebody to mark with me, so who is marking from here? Then you come out so that you mark from there. We want you to mark from there. Where could you?
Haina shida mheshimiwa. No
Where
problem.
can you mark there so that we can see?
Jina. Langat Benjamin Kipkirui.
So you is voting no. Langat Benjamin Kipkirui is voted no. Yes. No. Okay.
Kitani Marian Jabet.
No.
Atandi Samuel Onunga.
No, Atandi is there. Atandi is here. Just say no.
Owino John Walter.
Absent. No, absent. Owino is absent.
Mrembo Irene Joki.
Irene Jogi has voted no.
Shurie Abdi Omar. Sergon Florence Jamatia. Kandie Joshua Chepiegon.
No.
Kipkoros Joseph Makilap. Kamuren Shaus.
Kamuren? No. He has voted no.
Koesh Nelson.
No. Koeji Nelson, no.
Momanyi Innocent Obiri. Momanyi Innocent Obiri.
Absent.
Barongo Nolfason Obadia.
Borongo is there? Yes. Votes yes.
Alpha Miruka Ondieki.
He's voted no.
Lynette Chepkorir.
No.
Kilel Richard Cheruyot.
No.
Yegon Richard Kipkemoy.
No.
Mamwasha Onchoke Charles.
Onjoke?
Onchoke Charles. Ogola Gideon Ochanda.
No.
Osero Patrick Kibagendi.
Absent. Yes. Amesema no.
Wanjala Rafael Sauti. Wamboka Nelson Jack Wamboka.
No, that's too loud. It's a spoiled fort.
Wambilianga Catherine Nanjala.
No.
Yakub Ado Kuno.
Do no.
Yakub Ado Kuno.
Absent.
Komingoi Kibet Kirui. Komingoi Kibet Kirui.
Komingoi? Kirui?
Omanyo Catherine Nakabi.
Absent. Absent.
Mwale Nicholas Tindi. Oyula Joseph Mahero. Mwiridhania Rindikiri Mugambi. Kirima Moses Ngushine.
We are Meford, no. No. Rindigiri.
Kirima Moses Ngushine.
Meford, no. Okay, okay. Sawa.
Shimbwa Omar Mwinyi. Koech Victor Kipngetich.
No.
Barasa Patrick Simiyu. Barasa Patrick Simiyu.
Joula amefort yes.
Biego Paul Kibichi.
No.
Ntwiga Patrick Munene.
No. Joula amefort no.
Honorable members, you have to rise up so I see you physically. Everyone should sit down because I have to see each person who's voting physically. That's why I'm standing up. Be silent.
Mahalim Farah.
Absent. Huh?
Mahalim Farah.
Joya amenyamaza. He has voted no. No, Farah has voted no. Well, it can't be spoiled. He has voted no.
Elashi Beatrice. Elashi Beatrice.
Kindly rise and speak up loud. Okay.
Waweru John Kiari. Sirma Musa Cherutich. Welie Adan Kenan. Caroline Jepto Ngelechei. Gadhiru Mejadong Benjamin.
His votes no.
Honorable Fatuma, you are out of order. You are supposed to be silently on your seat. Yes. And that's the second warning, by the way. Yeah.
Ongili Babu Owino. Gakuya James Mwangi.
He has not voted.
That's a spoiled vote. Nobody.
No.
Honorable members, that's why it's important. Don't make a speech, just say yes or no or abstain. Please.
That one for Babu Winners point.
Huh?
No, it's okay, yeah. Take your seat, Babu Owino, Honorable. Take your seat.
Gakuya James Mwangi. Gakuya James Mwangi.
Absent.
Mawadhe Julius Musili. Mwenje Mark Samuel. Daboen Pamela Njoki Njeru. Lelmengit Joses Kipto Kosgei. Omboko Milemba Jeremiah. Kipiegon Johanna Ngeno. Ukose Robert, Doctor.
No.
Yakub Farah Sala. Yakub Farah Sala.
Proceed.
Oundo Wilberforce Ojiambo. Iribae Said Buya. Tungule Charo Kenneth. Siad Amin Udgo. Siad Udgon. Baro Diko Mohammed. Guyo Ali Wario. Guyo Ali Wario.
Absent.
Muriu Wakili Edward. Kururia Elijah Njore Njoroge. Kagombe Gabriel Gaduka. Odhiambo Elisha Ochieng.
I vote no. His vote no.
Gethenji Robert Gishimo.
He votes no.
Wanjira Martha Wangare. Wamushomba Gadhoni.
Abstain.
Gimose Charles Gumini. Gimose Charles Gumini.
Timose, absent.
Osogo Bensuda Joyce Atieno. Kaluma.
I'm a vote no, and I'm a vote yes. That's a spoiled vote.
Kaluma George Peter Opondo. Karidho Kiili Daniel.
No. No. He has voted no.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Daniel, sit down. I will call your name again. Sit down. I will call your name again. Osoro, please, Honorable. Okay.
Call the name.
Karidho Kiili Daniel.
No.
Thank you. We'll also take a repeat and call out Honorable Suda.
Bensouda also.
Bensouda, Honorable Bensouda, take your vote again.
Okay.
Thank you.
So now neutralize.
Manaiba Julius.
Honorable Bayu, Honorable Bayu Kilifi, take your seat. Fatuma, this is the third time. Aya, proceed.
Julius Taitumu. Mwirigi John Paul. Abdi Ali.
Mwirigi is no. Even Kaitumu ni no. Amesema no.
Abdi Ali.
No.
Shinali Bernard Masaka. Shinali Bernard Masaka. Bonaya Mumina Golo.
Honorable Shinali, speak up. Honorable Shinali. Speak up.
Mumina has voted no.
I take
Bonaya Mumina no.
Lomwa Joseph Samal.
Joseph Samal absent.
2B Bidu Mohammed.
2B and a vote yes.
Badibadi Twalib. Ndongo Njoroge Koimburi. Wamashukuru James Kamau.
No.
Obara If Akinyi. Kalasinga Joseph.
I vote yes.
Titus Lote.
Order members.
Titus Lote.
Lote no.
Kimilu Joshua. Kimilu Joshua.
Yes.
Sankaire Lea Sopiato.
Honorable Wandai, Honorable Member for Minority Leader, Tafadhali, ask them to keep the voices down so we can hear everyone.
Sankaire Lea. Okay. Kanchori Elijah Memusi. Amisi Kakuta. Nguro Onesmus Ngogoyo. Sakimba Parashina.
Absent.
Risa Sunkuya George. Muanda Elsie. Katana Paul Kahindi. Hassan Abdi Yusuf. Njuguna Chege. Makali John Okwisia.
No.
Kiungu Peter Irongo. Muli Fabian.
He votes no.
Shumel Samuel Moroto.
No.
Sudi Oscar. Okwome Andrew Adipo. Karauri Ronald Kamuiko. Were Shaus Ongondo. Were Shaus Ongondo. Mbui Robert. Korir Adams Kipsanai. Kipkoesh Gideon.
Honorable Babu Owino, kindly take your seat. Take your seat.
Kipkoech Gideon Kimayo. Kemei Beatrice Chepngeno.
Absent.
Kemei Beatrice. Ruto Julius Kipleting. Wangaya Christopher Aseka. Wanjiko John Njuguna.
Absent. Aseka is absent. Where? 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 We are not seeing him.
Wanjiko John Njuguna. Waithaka John Machua. Muratha Ann Wanjiko. Orero Peter Ochieng.
Absent. Absent.
Mbalu Jessica Nduku.
Absent.
No, I saw her somewhere there.
Mbalu Jessica.
Absent. Oh, she's there.
I can see you. Okay.
Mutuse Ekomas Mwengi.
No.
Wainaina Anthony Njoroge.
No.
Munyoro Joseph Kamau. Nyoro Samson Dindi. Ishungu Anthony. Sunkuli Julius. Sunkuli Julius.
Yes. Yes.
Mwanyanje Gertrude Mbeyu.
I vote yes to the amendment. Thank you.
Baya Owen. Kitty Richard Ken Chonga.
Absent.
Zambia, Thaddeus Kidhua. Mutua Didmas Barasa. Bisau Morris Kakai. Umekapcha huyo? Okay. Rai Samuel Gonzi. Kwenya Dhuku Zakare.
No.
Kwenya Dhuku.
Is there? He's voted no.
Okay.
Na ule?
Oh.
Nyinyi ni kumark. Sisi ni
Muia Wanjiko. Muia Wanjiko. Cherorot Joseph Kimutai.
Cherorot?
Cherorot Joseph Kimutai.
Cherorot is saying no. No.
Kosgei Ilare Kiplangat.
No. Relax. Cherorot amevote no. Tumeiona. Koskei?
Maina Jane Jerry.
No.
Gitari Joseph Gashoki.
No. Uko nyuma.
Bedzimba Rashid Juma. Aburi Donye Doris.
Yes.
Ruth Adhiambo Odinga. Oron Joshua Odongo. Ahmed Shakil Ahmed. Buyu Rosa Akinyi.
Absent.
Kasalu Irene Mudhoni. Mulu Makali Benson. Mbai Nimrod Mbithuka.
Mbai is absent.
Mboni David Malika. Malika. Mboni. Nyamai Resho Kaki. Nyenze Edith.
Nyamai has voted no. No. Nyense Edith.
Nyenze Edith.
Absent.
Mokaya Nyakundi Japheth.
I vote no.
Kibagendi Anthony.
Kibagendi Anthony has voted twice, ama?
Gisairo Cliff Ombane.
It's disorderly to try and attempt to vote on behalf of someone who's not present.
Yegon Brighton Leonard.
He has voted no.
Kiprono Mutai Alfred. Tonui Joseph Kipkosgei. Kamero Maisori Marwa Kitayama. Robi Mathias Nyamabe. Masito Fatuma Amisi. Wanyonyi Ferdinand Kevin. Abdirahman Mohamed Abdi. Abdirahman Mohamed Abdi.
I vote no. Amepiga no.
Mohamed Abdikadir Hussein,
No.
Kagiri Jane Wangeshi,
No.
Kionjori Festus Mwangi,
No.
Korere Sara Paulata,
Absent.
Karani Stephen Washira,
Karani. No, Karani is somewhere. Karani.
Proceed.
Washira Karani.
Lekuton Joseph,
No.
Marubu Monica Mudhoni,
Huh? Alikuwa around.
Nani?
Washira Karani.
Marubu Monica Mudhoni,
Amevote no. Huko nyuma amevote no.
Obo Ruweida Mohamed,
No.
Moirore Mudhama Stanley,
Amevote no.
Kothe Felix Odiwor,
No.
Kaangara Joseph Mboro,
No. Amevote no.
Mugabe Innocent Maino,
We have a vote yes.
Mboko Mishi Juma, Mugabe Innocent Maino,
Amevote yes.
Hapo ametikiwa. Hawezi rudiwa. Shege John Kirago,
No.
Akuja Prota Sewesit,
No.
Oyugi Dick Maungu, Nabii Nabwera Daraja, Shiforomondo Mangale Munga,
No.
Mukwana Titus Kamala, Mbiuki Jafeth Miriti Kareke, Kamene Joyce, Mule Caleb Mutiso, Kombe Addison Garama, Omwera George Aladwa, Kiamba Susan Dunge, Kiamba Susan Dunge,
Absent.
Mumo Rose Museo,
Ayuko. Absent.
Injendi Moses Malulu, Mnyasi Amina Laura, Abdullahi Bashir Sheikh,
No.
Sheikh Humal Ker Kasim, Abdirahman Mohammed, Haro Abdul Ibrahim,
No.
Yusuf Adan Haji, Yusuf Adan Haji,
Absent.
Mukunji John Gitonga,
Mugunji. Mugunji.
Mukunji John Gitonga, Njoroge Mere wa Maua, Bowen David Kangogo,
No.
Toroitish Timothy Kipchumba, Wako Naomi Jilo, Mwalio Joshua Mbidhi Mutua, Odanga Geoffrey Mahoa,
Absent.
Oluoch Anthony Tom, Gishuki Hedwin Mugo,
No.
Kahugu Eric Mwangi,
No.
Tandaza Kasim Sawa,
No.
na Bulindo Peter Oscar,
Absent. Nabulindo. Oh yes. Yes.
Mule Stephen Mutinda,
Ayuko. Wapi Mule? Wapi Mule? Mule, where is he? No, Mule is not there.
Mule Stephen Mutinda.
He's not there. Absent. You can't give him he's absent.
Kingola Patrick Makau.
Absent.
Ruku Geoffrey Karioki.
Yes. No. You fought no. Yes. You fought no. You fought now. No.
Ruku Geoffrey Karioki.
No.
Nebat Bernard Morioki.
Morioki, no. No.
Nzioka Erastus Kivazu.
Msiokani, yes.
Kailemia Elizabeth Karambu.
But ule mwingine ni no. Morioki ni no. Endelea. Continue. Kailemia Elizabeth.
Kailemia Elizabeth Karambu.
No.
Okay, hold on. Honorable Nebat Bernard, could you kindly take your vote again? Let's proceed.
Mohamed Fatuma Zinabu.
Sinap.
Proceed. Thank you. Proceed. Call the next name.
Kipngor Ruben Kiborek. Barto Phyllis Jepkemoy. Kimani Francis Kuria. Shimba Zamzam Mohamed. Kirwa Abraham Kipsang. Jaldesa Guyo Wako.
Absent.
Jaldesa Guyo.
Absent.
Bader Salim Faisal.
No.
Chesebe Fred Kapondi. Oyo James Onyango. Gishoi Kagushia. Gishoi Kagushia. Salasia Peter Kalerwa. Naika Johnson Manya.
Kagusha, no.
Honorable Kagusha. Honorable, rise to your feet. Absent.
Maina Bettingeri.
No.
Mashele Mohamed Sud. Musau Vincent Musioka.
No.
Shake Peter Mbogo. Maingi Mary. Moliongi Gideon. Nzengu Paul. Nguna Shaus. Pasaris Eza Muzoni. Kihara Jane. Wanjiro Njeri. Kiara Jane.
She votes no.
Shelule Lisa Chepkorir.
She votes no.
Gikaria David. Gikaria David.
Gikaria David votes no.
Kindly speak up, don't display, don't do sign language, just speak up.
Arama Samuel. Mulanya Geoffrey Ekesa. Muge Cynthia Jepkosgei. Kitur Bernard Kibor. Tonkei Rebecca.
No.
Aramat Lemanken.
No.
Pareyo Agnes Mantane. Kitilai Olentutu.
No.
Member for Kajiado County. Yes, and also Oscar Sudi and Honorable Kaluma, take your seats.
Tongoyo Gabriel. Wangwe Emmanuel. Gashagua George. Owino Martin Peters.
Ashakwa George is no.
GK Masharia Karaoke.
No.
Chepkon Charity Kadambi. Guyo Hade Wario.
Absent.
Abdul Rahim Dawood.
He votes no.
Nyamoko Johach Nyamashe.
No.
Owor Joshua Duma. Mohammed Ali Mohammed.
No.
Mongina Jerusha Momanyi. Gitau Faith Wairimo. Odoyo Okelo Gerard. Janda Zahir. Manduku Daniel Ogoka.
He has voted no.
Odege Tom Mboya. Washira Rahab Mukami.
No.
Madenge Duncan Maina.
No.
Maina, no. Mushira Maiko Mwangi.
No.
Kiarao David Njuguna.
No.
Wainaina Maiko Wambogo.
No.
Kosing David Losiakou. Mupe Antone Kenga.
No, what is the problem?
The problem is
See, they have voted no.
No. Yes.
No, they have voted no. They have voted no. No. Madam Speaker, we cannot have Babu here and no. They have voted no.
I'm the chief agent. I'm the chief agent.
Wango has come back.
Wango is back.
Wango is back.
Wango is back. Wango is back.
We can't have three. They have voted no. They have voted no.
Which one? Honorable Mushira, could you kindly take your vote again? Yes. Yeah. And then Honorable David Njuguna Kiarambo. Thank you. Okay. Honorable Kosin.
Mupe Antone Kenga. Mupe Antone Kenga.
Amevote no.
Msikize, so that,
Ndio ule uko mwisho.
Gogo Liliana Cheng.
Absent. Oh, where?
That's a spoiled vote. Can you say yes or no?
There is no baba here.
Order, members.
Hakuna baba ya mtu hapa. Speaker.
Order, honorable members.
Hakuna baba ya mtu hapa.
Honorable, just take your vote again.
There is no baba. There is no baba. Baba ya mtu, that's a spoiled vote.
Hiyo ni spoiled vote.
Hapana, sio spoiled.
Hiyo ni spoiled. Wewe tuendelee, my friend.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. I perfectly understand that. It's the next sentence that was confusing. But she has clarified. You may take your seat, Honorable Gogo.
Amolo Paul Otiende. Shebor Paul Kibet.
It's voted no.
Paul Abor. Mwafrika Augustine.
Amevote no. Mwafrika amevote
Honorable
no.
Paul Abor, could you take your vote again?
He has voted no.
Mwafrika Augustine.
Amepiga no. Mwafrika amepiga no.
Honorable Mwafrika.
He has voted no.
Francis Kajwang.
Absent.
Kingara Simon Nganga.
No.
Karemba Eric Mushangi.
No.
Longova Sloya Clement.
No.
Luyai Kale Mamisi.
Absent.
Raso Dido Ali.
No.
Lenguris Pauline.
Amevote no.
Lentoi Johnny Jackson Lekumontare. Letipila Dominic Eli. Lesuda Josephine Naisula. Nikal James Wambura. Ikana Frederick Lusuli.
I vote no.
Odor Christine Ombaka.
Lusuli amevote no. Okay, sawa. Aha. Huh? Amevote no.
Okay. Lochakapong Peter.
Amevote no.
Kemei Justice Kipsang.
Amevote no.
John Waluke.
No.
Sigei Francis.
Sigei Francis amevote no.
Dr. Shadrach Mwiti.
No.
Onyego Silvana Sosoro. Kiplagat David. Maina Mwago Amos.
I vote yes. Yes.
Odhiambo Millie Grace. Omondi Karoli.
Omondi Karoli no.
Gashobe Samuel.
No.
Mohamed Junet Sheikh Nu. Masara Peter Francis. Mizigi Lydia Aika Munene.
No. Miziki amevote no.
Abdullahi Amina Dika. Bare Hussein Abdi.
No.
Buire John Okano.
No, where is he?
Buire John Okano.
He's not, no, he's absent.
Oku Edward Kaunya.
Absent.
O- yeah.
Yes.
Honorable.
Haika ameweka no.
Honorable Aika, just take your vote again. Thank you.
Otusho Mere Emase.
No.
Mwangi Geoffrey Wandeto.
No.
Murugara George. Nduyo Susan Ngoge. Nganga Alice Wamboi.
No.
Kas-
Nduyo Susan Ngugi. Ako. Susan ako Ngui. Huyu wa Tharaka Nithi.
Susan Gugi. Honorable Susan Gugi Taraka. Okay, proceed.
Nganga Alice Wamboi.
Ameford no.
Kasait William Kamket.
No. No.
Aburi Lawrence Mpuri.
Mburi Aburi.
Mutunga John Kanyuithia.
No.
Kibiwot Julius Meli. Chikati John Murumba. Sioi Lilian Chebet.
No.
Sitienei Janet. Nyitit Cecilia Asinyen.
No.
Emade Joseph Namwar.
No.
Ngolong Nicholas.
Absent.
Nabuin Paul.
Absent.
Namoit John Ariko. Daniel Nanoko Epuyo.
No.
Boss Gladys Jebkosgei. Ocheng David Ouma. Wandai James Opio. Nyamita Mark Ogola.
Nyamita amesema no. Let him take again.
Honorable Nyamita, retake your vote.
You said no.
Kagezi Kivai Hannes Togesi.
No.
Adagala Beatrice Kahai.
No.
Abdi Kamis Chome.
Absent. Okay.
Jeho Fatuma Abdi.
Absent.
Mohammed Aden Naudi. Sane Ibrahim Abdi.
No.
Ado Mohammed Aden. Farah Yusuf Mohammed. Wanyonyi Martin Pepela.
No.
Sitati Daniel Wanyama.
No.
Mogaka Stephen.
No.
Kasiwai Rael Chepkemoi.
No.
Wetangula Timothy Wanyonyi.
I vote yes.
Mwakuona Danson Mwashako. Basil Robert Ngui. Ali Abdisirat Khalif.
No.
Shege Sabina Wanjiro.
Absent.
Denar Joseph Amisi.
No.
Harun Suleka Ulbale.
No.
Ikiara Dorothy Mudhoni.
No.
Iraya Joseph Wainaina. Kosgei Jackson Kipkemoi.
I vote no.
Mayaka Irene Nyakerario, Mohammed Umulker Arun, Mwangi Teresia Wanjiro.
I vote no.
John Badi, Talib Abubakar Ahmed.
We can now count.
Absent is 2. Order, honorable members. Honorable Mbadi. Order, honorable members. What's the name of that member? Honorable members, Honorable Waluke. Sorry? Honorable members, I will again for the last time bring to your attention Standing Order 76, which says that during the division, members shall be maintain order in their house, and shall be in their designated seats and must remain seated until the result is announced. So after this, I will declare you out of order and you will leave the chambers.
Yes. Yes, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
kile chingine hakuna kitu. Now let's totalize. Then na calculate also. Use a calculator. Yeah, I'm gonna absent.
No, it's good.
Okay. And abstain.
Honorable Osoro, order members. Order members.
Yes, yes.
Participate.
Yes, she can vote. She can actually vote.
Currently, the tallying of the votes cast, and this is in favor as well as opposing the proposal by Honorable James Nyikal to amend Clause 2 of the bill that seeks to tax the content creators in the country. Is a clause that is currently having its tally of votes tallied, and immediately after that particular tally is complete, the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, who is currently the Chair under the Committee of the Whole, will be announcing the results to members of the National Assembly in regards to how that particular clause performed, or the fate of that particular clause. Remember, this is a clause by Honorable James Nyikal from the opposition side that seeks to scrap the digitization of content creators under the Finance Bill 2023. We've been having members of the National Assembly vote in favor of the bill and against the bill. And just you remember also this particular roll call was occasioned by the mere fact that the electronic voting system of the National Assembly failed temporarily, forcing the House to go through its standing orders number 72 on roll call, where members of the National Assembly were called each by name and required to sort of make their stand known in regards to the proposals in this particular bill. And this is clause number 2 in the Finance Bill 2023 that has a total of 79 clauses. So far, we have 12 amendments to this bill. We have 8 amendments from the opposition side. The Kenya Kwanza, that is the ruling party, is proposing 2 amendments to the Finance Bill 2023, as well as the committee led by the Honorable Member for Molo, Honorable Kuria Kimani, has also presented 2 further amendments to this particular bill. And to just take you through the provisions of the standing orders in regards to how the House votes. And under this category where the House voted under the roll call, I see the Chair is ready to make the announcement in regards to how that particular vote went. Allow me to hand you over so we can follow up.
Honorable members, order.
Outcome.
I will now proceed to announce the results of voting. Division on the clause on clause 2 as amended by Honorable Nyikal. The manual vote count was the ayes 87, the nays 189, and abstentions were 3. Thank you. Yeah. So the nays have it. The bars may now be opened. I now call upon the chairperson of the Finance Committee to move all the amendments under clause 2. Chairperson, you will move all the amendments under clause 2.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move the amendments on clause 2A. As I had highlighted, Honorable Chair, A speaks to the amendment on the definition of winnings. To tighten it up, Honorable Chair, so that not subject to abuse, so that it reads that winnings will be payments from a betting, gambling, lottery, prize competition, gambling or similar transaction under the Betting, Lottery and Gaming Act, excluding the amount staked or wagered in that particular transaction. So, Honorable Chair, this
Honorable members, order, including our Chief Whip. Order, honorable members. Proceed, Chairperson. Proceed.
So that is on the definition of winnings, Honorable Chair. The other amendment is on providing clarity on digital content monetization. This is seeking to provide clarity in paragraph C and H with reference to crowdfunding, which is a taxation on crowdfunding is applicable only to digital content creator and not the fund raised on the particular cause. Honorable Chair had explained this, but just not to belabor, this amendment seeks to only tax the income that is paid to the individual that does crowdfunding and not the funds raised on the cost of crowdfunding, Honorable Speaker. Clause C, Honorable Speaker, we are proposing a deletion of the definition of person. Honorable Speaker, as you may note, the definition of the word persons as proposed in the bill was defining a person as including ancestors, stepbrothers, stepsisters, stepsons, and all this bold definition of persons. So our proposal as a committee is to delete this clause, Honorable Speaker, so that we provide clarity and we don't provide undue burden to persons who may not be privy to the transaction that might be done by a person, following the broad definition that was there in the bill. And with this, I beg to move that therefore clause 2 be amended as per the supplementary order paper.
I now propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance Committee. Yes. I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Chairperson of the Finance Committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Let's proceed. I now call upon Honorable Makali to prosecute your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my proposed amendment is actually to delete clause 2, paragraph B. And the reason for this, Honorable Chair, is the issue of the digital content monetization. And that's why earlier, Honorable Chair, I was saying I needed a procedural guidance, because the reason why I was proposing we delete this is because this is tied to clause 20, Honorable Chair. If you look at clause 20, and we are not there, that's why I was asking procedural question. I wanted to delete the taxation to the digital content creators. And if you delete that, Honorable Chair, then there will be no need for definition of this digital content monetization. So to me, unless that happens now, it looks like then my amendment, Honorable Chair, becomes like redundant. So procedurally, I thought we should have gone through the other clauses, because this is a definition, and we come to the definition, the last thing after we have agreed what remains in the bill. So with that guidance, Honorable Chair, my position is I don't think it is time we tax our young people who are involved in digital content creation, because that is a sector which is creating jobs for them. I thought this is the time to support them, so that as we move into the future, we create a critical mass which can then be taxed. With those comments, Honorable Speaker, I urge the Honorable House to support me so that we don't at all tax the young people who are doing digital creation, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this one is I now propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Makali. Put the question. I now put the question that clause 2 be amended. Sorry, I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Nyikal. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Makali, sorry. Yes, as proposed by Honorable Makali. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of that opinion, the contrary opinion say nay? Nay! The nays have it. Honorable? Really? Yes. Okay. Honorable Kaluma? Honorable Kaluma? Honorable Kaluma, are you prosecuting your amendment?
Yes, Honorable Chair, my amendment was to delete the definition of person because it included ancestors. It has been carried in the amendment by the committee. And so it is already carried, and I thank the committee.
Honorable Mbui, can you prosecute your
thank you, Chair.
proposed
Chair, my proposal was that clause 2B of the bill be amended in the proposed definition of digital content monetization by deleting paragraph H, which, Madam Speaker, was about crowdfunding for raising funds for specific goals for a content creator or another person. So my concern was another person, and I've noted that the committee has actually proposed an amendment to this, and so I want to drop mine.
I now propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Mbui. And he has dropped his amendment. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended by the chair be part of the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Read the next one. I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Clause 4.
Yes. I propose that the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. Okay. Proceed, Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 4 be amended as per the supplementary order paper.
That clause 4 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair of the Finance Committee. I now put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance Committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 4 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Proceed, Honorable Mbui. What's your point of order? Hold on, Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, please. When the chair of the committee is proposing amendments, it is only fair, Madam Speaker, for the sake of the people that are watching what is happening in this House, that he clarifies his proposed amendment. Because when he says as contained in the order paper, and then members here just shout aye, we look like we don't know what we are doing. I propose that he makes it clear what it is amending. That is how the House should run. That is how the House should run.
Honorable
Let us
Bui,
be fair. Let us.
Honorable Bui, I've heard you. It's noted, but we have already progressed to number 5. So let us proceed to clause 5. I propose.
I will, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will endeavor to take less than 10 seconds to explain what that clause is about. Honorable Chair, I move that clause 5 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this particular clause was proposing a double taxation on subscriptions made to institutions like clubs, where there was an application of a double taxation where the employer makes that contribution to those institutions they were taxed, and when and that particular benefit was also being taxed to the employee. With that, I support Honorable Chair.
Honorable Mbadi, let me propose the question first. I now propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Chairperson, Finance Committee. I will give you the opportunity. Honorable Mbadi, you may proceed to.
Yeah, actually, Madam Chair, I'm supporting this amendment, but more particularly the one that is deleting paragraph B, because this would have subjected per diems that is paid to public officers to taxation, yet those paid to private sector employees are not subjected. It would have been unfair treatment to the public officers. Thank you, and I support.
Honorable Oundo.
Chair, if you look at the supplementary order paper, I had an amendment that was not encumbered by Article 114, but in any case already overtaken by events. I also want to totally agree with the chair of the committee that my amendment has already been captured in the amendment, and I totally support in respect of clause 5B. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, give me the mic. I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Chairperson of the Finance Committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 5 be as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Clauses 6, 7, and 8.
6, 7, and 8. 6, 7, 8. I now propose the question that clauses 6, 7, and 8 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 6, 7, and 8 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
It's under the committee chair. I now propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 9 be amended as per the supplementary order paper. So this is where we have the turnover tax. The bill had proposed that the minimum threshold be 500,000 shillings, and we're increasing now the minimum threshold to 1 million shillings up to 25 million shillings. And with that, I support Honorable Chair.
I now propose the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance Committee. Proceed. I want to give someone who has not. Honorable Badi, you proceed. I can see there are only two members who are interested.
Madam Chair,
yes. Proceed.
Madam Chair, what the chairman is saying is not in the amendment by the chair. The chair is talking about raising the threshold to a minimum, unless I have a different order paper, to a minimum of 1 million. But what I'm seeing here is does not exceed or is not expected to exceed 50 million shillings, and substituting therefore the words does not exceed 25 million. So it is the upper limit that is being amended. I'm not seeing anywhere for the minimum, the 1 million that is talking about, unless I have a different order paper.
Give the chairperson an opportunity to. Honorable Mbadi, if you just take your seat so you give him a chance to respond.
Yes, class.
Honorable Mbadi, you have made a very good point. If you just allow the chair.
Oh, yes. Actually, Honorable CPA Bandi, you are actually correct. What is proposed on the bill has the minimum threshold of 500,000 shillings. What is on the order paper only captures the lower limit, which is in error. So it is actually also capture the minimum, which would be 1 million shillings. So let me move my amendment again. So I therefore move that the clause 9 be amended to include a minimum threshold of for turnover tax to 1 million shillings to 25 million shillings. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
I now I'll put the question, yeah? I now put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance Committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 9 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay?
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair.
Honorable Jared, take your seat, I'll just explain. There were amendments, yes, you're right. But those amendments were under Article 114, yes, which the Speaker dealt with. It's not one of the ones listed by the Speaker. I think it's the ones coming forward. Yes. We've already said it. I've already said it. So let's proceed. Let's proceed.
Clause 10.
I now propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. Chairperson, Finance Committee.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that clause 10 be amended as per the supplementary order paper. And what we are doing here, Honorable Chair, there was a requirement that was proposed in the bill that taxes collected, especially
Honorable Junet, you will have an opportunity. You will have an opportunity as soon as the chair has finished moving. We've already moved. We are at clause number 10. Okay. Let us proceed, Chairperson.
So, Honorable Chair, clause 10, as per what is on the bill, was proposing that taxes that are collected by agents, especially excise duty and VAT, that seems to be what this particular clause was targeting, to be remitted to Kenya Revenue Authority within 24 hours. After listening to members of the public during our public participation, we proposed to amend that from 24 hours to within 5 working days. So this taking care of weekends and holidays, and at least isn't as punitive as it was proposed on the bill to have these taxes paid within 24 hours. And that I support, Honorable Chair.
Okay. I propose the question that Clause 10 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance Committee. No, Honorable Junet, you may now have an opportunity. Okay. All right, Leader of Minority, you can have your point of order, and then after that we can allow Junet to contribute.
Now, yes.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I just want to, I'm rising on matter of procedure. I understand the urgency or the anxiety to have this process concluded, but let us understand that we are dealing with Parliament, which is an institution that has a tradition that everyone is looking up to, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. At every clause, once it is proposed, it is important that you give members who want to speak chance to speak, 1, 2, or 3. That has been the tradition in this House. We can't be turned into a voting machine. This is a parliament of the people, Madam Chair. Yes, give us time. 1, 2, 3 people. Then you continue. Put the question. Yeah.
On the Leader of Minority, I agree with you that it's important to give members a chance to debate it, except in those previous ones, there was no one who showed interest. But in each case, it's already, in the previous ones, I have allowed Honorable Badi, I have allowed Honorable Kaluma, I have allowed Honorable Mbui, I have allowed Honorable Makali, and Honorable Nyikal to contribute. So yes, we are going to allow members to contribute when they want to do that. But I have to first propose the question before members can be able to debate it. So let us move now. Okay, proceed, Honorable Junet. It was your turn. Honorable Jared,
Chair, I wanted to speak on Clause 9, which you already passed. But Chair, so that we avoid voting, we are not here. If somebody is tired, he can go home and sleep. We want to deal with this matter properly and perpendicularly. Yeah.
Okay, Honorable Jared.
Madam Chair, it is true that...
Order members, please allow him to prosecute his argument. Proceed.
I thank you, Madam Chair. It is true that the Speaker did give a ruling touching on certain clauses that were either exempted or allowed to proceed in light of Article 114 of our Constitution. Honorable Speaker, in areas where you will skip while reflecting the decision of the Speaker, I think it is important to let those who proposed amendments to know that that is not forming part of the Speaker's decision. But again, most importantly, Honorable Speaker, we have up to 30th of June to have this concluded. And the Speaker did give a very comprehensive ruling on the times allocated for this debate, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I would ask, humbly so, that those who have issues to raise on every clause in this thing be given time to do so. Just as my colleagues have said, this is a house of debate, and we have to subject this house to debate because the whole country is watching this. Because they want to know who is with them and who is not with them. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. But if I'll just bring to your attention the exact communication from the Speaker was that the clauses that the Speaker allowed to proceed, even when marked as under Article 114 of the Constitution, are the following clauses. Clause 2, Clause 24, Clause 33, Clause 34, Clause 36, Clause 43, Clause 76, and Clause 78. And I've just asked the clerk's desk to be able to give you a copy now so that you can stand guided. So we haven't breached that at all. Thank you. Okay, let's proceed. Proceed, Honorable Wamushomba. I hope you're contributing on clause 10.
No, Madam Chair, I just want to raise a concern, and this is a concern that is on procedure.
Point of order.
I think, Madam Chair, it is very, very important. First of all, I want to note, since 2 o'clock we started off this parliament, very few women have spoken on this floor. Number two, Madam Chair, if the mover of the motion or the proposed amendment has clarified an issue, I think it is fair for us to be given an opportunity to give the contribution. I think that is my dissatisfaction on clause 9.
Okay, Honorable Wamushomba, the opportunities will be given for members after the mover and has moved the motion, and then has also, after we have spoken, we have proposed the question, then you will have an opportunity. So you just have to put in your name there. Let's proceed, Chairperson. Let's allow the Chairperson to proceed, and then you can be able to respond to it. Okay, let's listen to your point of order, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, Madam Chair, from what Honorable Mbandi said, the chair of this committee amended his proposal for clause 9. I think procedurally, he should have read the words as they are after the amendment. He just explained. And I think procedurally, he should have read now the new content of the new amendment. He didn't. He just explained. You had got...
Honorable Makali, I think the finance chairperson said that you referred to as in the order paper. Yes. So after that, he clarified that in the order paper it is accurate. It was when you were speaking that the inaccuracy came, and he actually agreed with Honorable Mbadi. He agreed with Honorable Mbadi, and he went back and read how it is in the order paper, and he was fine with it. But if that is the case, you can always repeat it. Chairperson. Okay, hello? Not clause 9. We already sorted that one out. So move to the next one. Yes. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 11 be amended as per the supplementary order paper. And essentially here what you're doing, Honorable Speaker, is providing that a housing levy be a tax deductible expense.
Order, Chair, I think we are on clause 10. You are still... Yes, we are finished. You already finished with clause 10. So we just need to put the question. Okay, I now put the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair of the Finance Committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 10. Okay. Okay. We ask for the bell to be rung for 5 minutes. Please ring the bell for 5 minutes. Ring the bell. 5 minutes.
You know,
for division on this particular bill. Walivote wengine Azimio wakakataa. Ndio hiyo wamevote but wanaenda kwa division saa hizi.
The division bell at the National Assembly is currently on, and the division bell is occasioned to divergent views on the fate of clause number 10 that has had members of the Kenya Kwanza coalition voting in favor of the proposals by the committee in this particular bill. The amendment by Honorable Member for Kitui Central, Honorable Makali Mulu, is the elephant in the room, and members of the National Assembly will now be having a roll call or electronic voting in the event that the electronic gadgets are up and working to determine the fate of this particular clause. In this particular clause, the Honorable Member for Kitui Central is seeking to amend subsection 4 of clause number 10, where a person is required to deduct the digital asset tax within 24 hours after making the deduction, also remit the amount so deducted to the of the amount of the payment, as well as the amount of tax deducted, and such other information as the commissioner may require. This is a clause that has divided the House over what the fate of this particular clause is. The committee is proposing 24 hours for that the time be moved from 24 hours to 5 days. The members of Kenya Kwanza Coalition have voted objecting to the amendment by Honorable Makali Mulu, where members of the opposition have voted in favor of that particular bill. The contestation that has led to the division bell being called, and members of the National Assembly are currently walking into the chamber, those who had probably left before, and immediately the lapse of the 5 minutes directed by the chair, who is Gladys Honorable Boss, has lapsed. The doors will be closed and the bars will be drawn, a clear indication that the voting of this particular amendment will be taking place. This particular clause number 10 also relates to matters digital taxation. And according to the committee, under subsection 5, digital assets includes anything of value that is not tangible, and cryptocurrencies, token code, number held in digital form and generated through cryptographic means or otherwise, and by whatever name called, and this is by providing a digital representation of value exchanged with or without the consideration that can be transferred, stored, or exchanged electronically. Under the digital assets, subsection 2 the income may be derived from a transfer or exchange of digital assets. That is supposed to mean the gross fair market value consideration received or receivable at the point of exchange or transfer of a digital asset. These are some of the definition by the committee on what a digital assets under the law will be considered to be. The members of the Azimio coalition on this particular clause urged the chair, Honorable Gladys Boss, to allow members of the National Assembly to ventilate a bit on this clause instead of just voting and moving on. So far, we have had the House consider clause number 1 to 10, and what we are having is that the mover, who happens to be the chair of the Finance Committee, has to tell members what amendment he is moving and what would be the impact of that particular amendment before the members vote on the amendments. And this is members who are lamenting that the House cannot just vote yes or no without being brought to being updated on what the amendments are about and what would be the ripple effect of amending various clauses in this particular bill. Different camps continue to align themselves to ensure that when this particular vote is taken, either electronically or by roll call, they get to have the day in regards to each winning on various amendments, either voting for them or rejecting them in totality. So far, various amendments that have been moved are from clause 1 to clause 10. Before clause 10, we had clause 2, where Honorable Member James Nyikal was seeking to move further amendments to clause number 2, and that particular amendment was, so to speak, rejected by the House. This particular clause was about digital content monetization, where the Kenya Kwanza wing carried the day, upholding the proposals to tax digital content creators. Honorable James Nyikal was proposing to scrap that particular clause. We had members of the National Assembly voting 89 against 87, and so the government wing carried the day. 3 members of the National Assembly were in absentia when this particular roll call was taken. Other members of the National Assembly are Honorable David Makali Mulu, as well as Honorable Member for Homa Bay Town, Honorable Peter Kaluma, who sought to delete definitions of persons under this category of digital monetization. Honorable Robert Mbui withdrew his amendment to this particular clause number 2. This will be the second roll call on clause number 10 after the House conducted a roll call on clause number 2. And so we await to see the fate of this particular vote, on what side will carry the day, and the ripple effect of the passage of these particular clauses. Currently, members of each wing. We have two sides, two clerks, so to speak, who will be taking the numbers in regards to how members of the National Assembly will be voting either in support or against this particular bill. This is clause number 10. Currently, at any time, the National Assembly will be proceeding on division to determine what side this particular clause will take. Under the standing orders of the House on matters roll call, standing orders number 72 on when the roll call division may be claimed, the Speaker shall direct a roll call vote to be taken if members claim a division, which is what has happened. This is occasioned by the mere fact that each wing, the wing calling for the division, in this case the opposition wing, was somehow not contented with the results of that particular clause. This is clause number 10 that seeks to move the period of taxation from 24 hours to 5 working days. There was further amendment to that particular clause by Honorable Makali Mulu, and after the opposition, by the way of yes and no, seemingly heard the Speaker saying the yes, the ayes have it, asked for a division to put this matter to rest. The chair of this particular session, Honorable Gladys Boss, considered that there was a reasonable doubt as to announce the outcome of the vote in question, and therefore directed a division to be taken to decide on the fate of clause number 10. She has further given directives that the division bell may be rung for 5 minutes, and this is to allow for members of the National Assembly who are probably within the lobby or within the presence of Parliament to make their way into the chamber this evening, to allow for the House to have the numbers to vote on that particular bill. And immediately after the lapse of the 5 minutes, we'll be witnessing the sergeant-at-arms take the opposition, locking the doors and drawing the bars, and members of the National Assembly will commence the voting. It appears everything is in order from the chambers. As you can see from your end, members of the National Assembly clearly are taking their positions, and the sergeant-at-arms are just waiting for this particular directive by the Speaker. From the Kenya Kwanza wing, we have Honorable Robert Pukose, as well as Honorable Joyfrey Ruku, being some of the members who are counter-checking what the clerks are listing as some of the votes that have been cast by members associated to their wings. From the Azimio la Umoja coalition, we have Honorable Amos Mwago, the Honorable Member for Starehe constituency, and Honorable Doris Donya, the Kisii woman representative, who are taking the roll call or the outcome of the vote, representing the opposition under the Azimio la Umoja coalition. Members of Parliament allied to Azimio la Umoja coalition have lined up a number of amendments to the Finance Bill 2023, which is currently at the third reading today, and we had Honorable Leader of the Majority Party, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, seeking extension of period for when the National Assembly is set to sit, usually as per the House calendar. The usual time when the House rises after the completion of its business is usually at 7 p.m. And we had the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, the leader of the Majority Party, moving a motion seeking to have the House consider the proposals in the Finance Bill 2023 until such a time when the House has dispensed with the proposals and amendments into the Finance Bill 2023. He was seconded by Honorable Junet Mohammed, and 8 p.m. in the night, the House is considering the Finance Bill 2023. Some of the contentious issues, so to speak, in the Finance Bill is the aspect of the housing levy, which during the debate under the second reading of the bill divided the House right in the middle, and we'll be waiting to see what will be the fate of this particular clause that had initially recommended a 3% reducing it to 1.5 following public participation recommendations by members of the public.
Can we start from here again? Can we start from here?
Okay, let's just restart from number 14. Restart from number 14. No, she has the wrong ones here. Okay, proceed, just proceed. Honorable members at the back there. Order, honorable members. Sergeant at arms, just make them go back to their seats. Honorable Jessica Mbalu. Who is that guy? The member for Mumias. Okay. Proceed.
Okay. Kerema Moses Nguchine. Shibwa Omar Muny. Koech Victor Kipngetich. Barasa Patrick Simiyu. Diego Paul Kibichi. Ntwiga Patrick Munene. Marim Fala. Elachi Beatrice. Waweru John Kiarie. Sirma Musa. Waweru Kiarie.
Musa Sirma, yes.
Sirma Musa Cherotich. Welie Adan Kenan. Caroline Jepto Ngelechei. Gadiru Mejadok Benjamin.
Yes.
Ongili Babu Owino Paul.
I vote no.
Gakuya James Mwangi. Mawadha Julius Musili. Mwenje Mark Samuel Murevi. Double N Pamela Njoki Njeri. Lelmegit Joses Kipto Koskei. Omboko Milemba. Kipiegon Johanna Ngeno. Pukose Robert.
Yes.
Yakub Farasala. Oundo Wilberforce Ojiambo. Haribaya Said Buya. Tungule Charo Kenneth Kazungu. Siad Amina Udgud. Baro Deko Mohammed.
Yes.
Guyo Ali Wario.
Absent.
Muriu Wakili Edward. Karuria Elijah Njore. Kagombe Gabriel. Odhiambo Elisha. Gedenji Robert Gichimu. Wanjira Madha Wangare. Wamushomba Gadhoni. Gimose Charles Gumini. Osogo Bensuda Joyce Atieno. Kaluma George Peter Opondo.
Absent.
Karido Kili Daniel.
No, Kaluma is there. Oh, okay.
Karido Kali Daniel. Okay.
Yes.
Ntonaiba Julius Taituma. Mwirigi John Paul.
Yes.
Abdi Ali.
Yes.
Shinali Bernard Masaka.
Absent.
Bonaya Mumina Golo.
Yes.
Lomwa Joseph Samal.
Absent.
Tubi Bidu Mohammed. Tubi Bidu Mohammed. Badi Twalib. Ndongo George Koimburi. Wamashukuru James Gidhua.
Yes.
Obara Eve Akin. Kalasinga Joseph Simiu. Titus Lote.
Yes.
Kimilu Joshua Kivinda. Sankaire Lea Sopiato.
Yes.
Kanchori Elijah Memusi. Hamisi Kakuta Maimai.
Yes.
Ngoro Jonas Mas Ngogoyo.
Yes.
Sakimpa Parashina Samuel.
You go.
Lisa Sunkuya George.
Sunguya. Sunguya, where are you? Yes.
Muhanda LC Busishile. Katana Paul Kahindi. Hassan Abdi Yusuf. Njogona Shege.
Yes.
Makali John Okwisia. Kihungi Peter Irongo. Muli Fabian Kulo. Shumel Samuel Moroto.
Yes.
Sudi Oscar Kipchumba. Okwome Andrew Adipo. Karauli Ronald Kamwiko. Were Charles Ongondo.
Yes.
Mbui Robert.
Yes. Boy Robert, yes. He has not voted. He has abstained.
Korir Adams Kipsanai.
Yes.
Kipkoech Gideon Kimayo.
Yes.
Kimei Beatrice Chemingeno.
Absent.
Ruto Julius Kipleting. Wangaya Christopher Aseka. Wanjiko John Jogona. Waidaka John Mashua. Murade Ann Wanjiko. Orero Peter Ochieng. Mbalu Jessica Nduku Kiko.
Sio huyo. Huyo ni David Ochieng. Very relax. Jessica Mbalo.
Mbalu Jessica.
She votes no.
Mutuse Ekomas Mwengi.
Mutuse, yes.
Wanaina Anthony Njoroge.
Amesema yes.
Munyoro Joseph Kamau.
Yes.
Nyoro Samson Dende.
Yes.
Ichungwa Anthony Kimani.
We have 40 yes.
He has abstained.
No, I'm a speaker, yes.
Sunkuli Julius Leka Ken. Mwanyanja Gertrude Mbeyu. Mwanyanja Gertrude Mbeyu. Baya Owen Ya. Kitty Richard Ken Chonga.
Absent.
Zambia Thudias Kidhua. Mutua Didimas Wekesa Barasa. Bisau Morris Kakai. Bisau Morris Kakai. Rai Samuel Gonzi. Kwenya Dhuku Zakari.
Kwenya Thuku Zakari. Kwenya Thuku.
Muhia Wanjiko.
Absent.
Sherorot Joseph Kimutai. Kosgei Hilary Kiplagat. Maina Jane Njeri. Gitari Joseph Gashoki.
Yes.
Benziba Rashid Juma. Aburi Donya Doris. Busia Ruth Adhiambo Odinga. Oron Joseph Odongo. Ahmed Shakil Ahmed Shabir.
Votes yes.
Buyu Rosa Akinyi. Kasalu Irene Mudhoni. Mulu Makali Benson. Mbai Nimrod Mbithuka. Mboni David Mwalika. Nyamai Resho Kaki.
Yes.
Nyenze Edith Vethi.
Absent.
Mokaya Nyakundi Japheth.
Yes.
Kibagendi Anthony. Gisairo Clive Ombani. Yegon Brighton Leonard. Kiprono Mutai Alfred.
Yes.
Tonui Joseph Kosgei.
Yes.
Kamero Maisori Marua Kitayama. Robbie Mathias Nyamabe.
Yes. No, Robbie yuko.
Robbie Mathias Nyamabe.
Ameondoka.
Masito Fatuma Hamisi. Wanyonyi Ferdinand Kevin. Abdurrahman Mohammed Abdi.
Abdurrahman.
Mohammed Abdikadir Hussein. Kagiri Jane Wangesh. Kiunjuri Festus Mwangi.
Abdikadir amefort yes. Mohammed Abdikadir amefort yes. Yes.
Lafe.
Yes, amefort yes.
Abdurrahman Mohammed Abdi.
Amefort yes.
Mohammed Abdikadir Hussein. Okay. Kiunjuri Festus Mwangi.
Amefort yes. Ndio ile mwisho huko.
Oh. Korere Sara Paulata.
Absent.
Karani Joseph Washira.
Yes.
Lekuton Joseph.
Yes.
Marubu Monica Mudhoni.
Lamu.
Oborueda Mohammed.
Yes.
Muiruri Mudhama Stanley. Kothe Felix Odiwor. Kahangara Joseph Mboro.
No.
Mboko Mishi Juma Hamisi. Mugabe Innocent Maino. Chege John Kiragu.
Yes.
Akuja Protas Ewesit.
Yes.
Oyugi Dick Maungu.
No.
Nabii Nabwera Daraja. Shiforomondo Mangale Munga. Mukhwana Titus Hamala.
Absent.
Mbiuki Jafeth Miriti Kareke.
Karege Mbiuki. Alikuwa sample hapo katikati.
Kamene Joyce. Mule Caleb Mutiso.
Yes.
Kombe Harrison Garama.
Absent. No. Absent. Where?
Omwera George Aladwa. Kiamba Susan Ndunge.
Absent.
Mumo Rose Museo. Ijendi Moses Malulu. Mnyasi Amina Lora. Abdullahi Bashir Sheikh.
Yes.
Sheikh Umulkher Hasim. Abdurrahman Husewetan Mohammed. Haro Abdul Ibrahim.
Yes.
Yusuf Adan Haji. Mukunji John Gitonga. Njoroge Mere Wamaua. David Kangogo Bowen. Toroitich Timothy Kipchumba.
Yes.
Wago Naomi Jilo.
Yes.
Mwalio Joshua Mbivi. Odanga Geoffrey Makoha.
Absent.
Oluoch Anthony Tom. Gishuki Edwin Mugo.
Yes.
Kahungu Eric Mwangi.
Yes.
Tandasa Kasim Sawa.
Amefort yes.
Tandasa Kasim Sawa.
Yes.
Nabulindo Peter Oscar. Mule Stephen Mutinda.
Absent.
Kingola Patrick Makau.
Absent.
Rocco Geoffrey Karioki.
Rogo. Yes.
Nabat Bernard Murioki.
Yes.
Nzioka Erastus Kivasu. Kailemia Elizabeth Karambu. Mohamed Fatuma Sainab. Kibngor Ruben Kiborek. Barto Phyllis Jepkemoi. Kimani Francis Kuria.
Absent.
Chimba Zamzam Mohammed. Kirwa Abraham Kipsang. Jaldesa Guyo Wako. Bader Salim Faisal. Chesebe Fred Kapondi. Oyo James Onyango. Gishoi Gagushia John. Salasia Peter Kalerwa. Naika Johnson Manya. Maina Betty Njeri. Mashale Mohammed Sud. Musao Vincent Musioka. Sheikh Peter Mbogo. Shake Peter Mbogo. Maingi Mere. Muliungi Gideon Mutemi. Zengu Paul Musimi. Nguna Charles Ngusia. Pasaris Esther Mudoni. Kihara Jane Wanjiro. Shelule Liz Korir.
Yes.
Gikaria David.
Yes.
Arama Samuel. Mulanya Godfrey Ekesa. Munge Cynthia Jepkoskei. Kitur Bernard Kibor. Tonkei Rebecca Nonaishi. Aramat Lemanken. Pareyo Agnes Mantaine. Kitilai Olentutu. Tongoyo Gabriel Koshal. Wangwe Emmanuel. Gashagua George. Owino Martin Peters. GK George Masharia, karaoke.
Yes.
Chepkwony Charity Kadhambi.
Yes.
Guyo Ade Wario.
Yes.
Abdul Rahim Daud.
Yes.
Nyamoko Josh Nyamachi.
Yes.
Owor Joshua Aduma. Mohammed Ali.
Yes.
Mohammed Ali.
Yes.
Mogina Jerosha Momanyi. Gitao Faith Wairimu.
Yes. Yes.
Odoyo Okelo Jared. Chada Sahir. Manduku Daniel Ongwakwa. Odege Tomboya. Washira Rahab Mukami. Madenge Duncan Maina. Odege
Tunarudia tu.
Washira Rahab Mukami.
Yes.
Sorry. Madenge Duncan Maina.
Yes.
Mushira Michael Mwangi. Kiaraho David Njogona. Wainaina Michael Wambogo.
Yes.
Kosing David Losioko. Mupe Anthony Kenga. Gogo Lilian Achieng. Amolo Paul Otiende. Chebor Paul Kibet. Paul Abur.
Yes.
Muafrika Agustin Kamande.
Yes.
Francis Kajuang Tom Joseph.
Not there.
Kingara Simon Nganga.
Yes.
Karemba Eric Mushangi Njiru.
Yes.
Logova Sloya Clement.
Yes.
Luyai Caleb Amisi.
Absent.
Raso Dido Ali. Lenguris Pauline.
Yes.
Lentoi Johnny Jackson Legumontare. Letipila Dominic Eli.
Absent.
Lesuda Josephine Naisula.
No.
Nikal James Wambora.
No.
Ikana Frederick Lucili.
Yes.
Oduor Christine Ombaka. Lochakapong Peter.
Yes.
Kemei Justice Kipsang. Koi John Waluke. Sigei Francis Kipiegon. Idhinji Dr. Shadrach Mwiti. Anyengo Silvana Sosoro. Kiplagat David. Maina Mwango Amos. Odhiambo Millie Grace Akoth. Omondi Karoli. Gashobe Samuel Kenodia. Mohamed Junet Sheikh Nu. Masara Peter Francis. Misigi Lydia Haika Mnene.
Yes.
Abdullahi Amina Lika.
Absent.
Bare Hussein Abdi. Bare Hussein Abdi.
Yes.
Buire John Okano. Oku Edward Kaunya.
Absent.
Otucho Mere Emase. Mwangi Geoffrey Wandeto. Murungara George Gitonga. Nduyo Susan Gugi. Nganga Alice Wamboi.
Yes.
Kasait William Kamket.
Yes.
Aburi Lawrence Mburu. Mutunga John Kanyuithia. Kibiwot Julius Meli. Shikati John Murumba. Sioi Lilian Shebet. Sitienei Janet Kemboi.
Sitiene Janet.
Honorable members, order, kindly take your seats. Honorable members, kindly take your seats so that we have to see your colleagues when they rise to vote. Thank you.
Ngetit Cecilia Asinyen.
Ngitit. Yes.
Emathe Joseph Namur.
Yes.
Gikolong Nicholas Gikor Nixon. Nabuin Paul Ekwam, Namoit John Ariko, Nanok Daniel Epuyo, Boss Gladys Jeb Koskei, Ochieng David Ouma, Wandai James Opio, Nyamita Mark Ogola, Kagesi Kivai Ogesi, Adagala Beatrice Kahai, Abdi Hamis Shome, Jeho Fatuma Abdi, Mohammed Aden Daudi, Sane Ibrahim Abdi, Ado Mohammed Aden, Farah Yusuf Mohammed, Wanyonyi Martin Pepela, Sitati Daniel Wanyama, Mogaka Stephen, Kasiwai Rael Chepkemoi, Wetangula Timothy Wanyonyi, Mwakuona Danson Mwachako, Basil Robert Ngui, Ali Abdulsarat Khalif, Shege Sabina Wanjiro, Dena Joseph Hamisi, Harun Suleha Hulbale, Ikera Dorode Mudoni, Iraya Joseph Wanaina, Kosgei Jackson Kipkemoi, Mayaka Irene Nyakarerio, Mohamed Al-Murher Harun, Mwangi Teresia Wanjiro, Ngongo John Bandi, Talib Abubakar Ahmed,
Yeah, you see, like on this one, the first one, I gave Mikal, Makali, Kaluma, and Bui, because they had expressed interest by actually proposing their own amendment. That's why I gave them. Alafu kakuja hapa ilikuwa Huundo na Mbui pia. Hapa ilikuwa Alwotu na Nyekal. Alafu, you see, it's the same people. Makali, Bui, or Makali. So the problem, so yeah, as I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They seem to be. That's what the problem is, that they seem to be the only ones. So now we have to give other people. But then they, yes.
Yeah, hakuna.
Simoni nimesaini. Simoni nimesaini.
Okay, sawa.
Simoni nimesaini mheshimiwa.
Ndio ile.
Number 14.
Tuanze na wenye absent.
No, it's okay. We don't have to count.
Also compare the second page. Eh?
Mose, let's compare second
page.
The second page.
Start from page 1. 9 and 1.
Sorry?
Page 1. Compare.
9 and 1.
and 1.
Okay.
Page 2.
9 and 5.
9 and 5.
Hapa ndio kuna shida hapa. Hapa ndio kuna
No,
shida.
Yours is okay.
Yours is okay.
Yours is
Hapa ndio
okay.
tulikuwa na shida hapa.
So just write them what you wrote. 9 and 5. 9 and 5.
Then,
Yeah.
14 and 5.
14, 5.
Absent.
Kuna abstain moja. 14 and 5.
13.
Kulikuwa na
Absent
What's up?
1.
End of the next week so that we compare all
14
the pages.
and 5 page
Abstain.
Abstaining nini?
Abstain ni moja. Abstain ni 1.
Go to the next page.
13 and 4.
13 and 4.
Correct.
12 of 9.
Pale aribu ni pale mlikuwa nampigia kelele kwa sio.
13 and 6.
This is 14 and 6.
Walipata 14.
Kuangalia. Adam's Goril.
Beatrice Segungo. Beatrice Segungo.
She didn't vote. She's not there. Hiyo ni 13. Hiyo ni 13.
So ni nani?
Let's start from the bottom. There is a Didymus Wekesa. Yeah? Hapa ndio kuna Sinkuli? Sinkuli tu.
No, Sinkuli alivota no. No.
He voted no, yeah.
He voted no.
Yeah.
Sinkuli
So,
voted no.
Yes.
yeah, so when
Yes.
I sign
That one I can confirm.
Sasa iko sawa. 13 and 6.
13, 6.
9,
9, 9.
still counted 6.
9, 9.
We still had 6.
Babu ndo alisumbua hapo 16 3.
16 and 3.
This is 16 and 6. No, 13 and 6.
Page 8. Oh, page 6. Page 8. Page 6.
Page 6, eh?
You've corrected page 6. Page 6.
Page 6 tuko sawa
13 and 6.
Members. Order, members, please be seated. I now wish to announce the results of voting. Division on clause number 10 to be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the Finance Committee. The ayes had a total of 194 votes, and the nays had a total of 79. Therefore, the ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 10 as amended be part of the bill. No. It's 10. It's clause 10. And honorable members, just for the record, we have been able to confirm from the Hansard that under clause 9, the chairperson of the Finance Committee correctly read the amendment. And I think it has been verified also by Honorable Mbadi. So that matter is now settled. Okay, now let us, you may now open the doors and withdraw the bars. The question, as many as. Okay. I now put the question that clause 10 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Chair Finance Committee, clause 11. I propose, hold on, Chair. I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. Proceed, Chairperson.
So, Honorable Chair, I propose that an addition of clause 11 as proposed in the supplementary order paper. Honorable Chair, this clause we are adding is to allow that contribution made by employer to the housing levy be a tax deductible expense to the employer when calculating the corporation tax of the employer. With that, I move, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the chairperson of Finance. Any on the members who wanted to contribute? Honorable Oundo.
Chair, as it might sound correct and nice, we are now preempting debate, hoping that clause 76 will be won or will be carried. I would imagine probably, Chair, I do not know how to proceed because it's predicated on clause 76 going through. What happens if it fails? We need guidance so that we do things in a neatly and orderly manner, as we have always done in the past. You cannot preempt debate. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable member, I think let's not anticipate or speculate what will happen. Let us proceed on this one and consider it. Any other contributions? I would give 2 people to at least contribute, but seeing that there is no one who is interested, okay, I'll give one more person, and that's Honorable Jared Okello.
Madam Chair, I align myself with the fears expressed by my friend Honorable Oundo that this is referencing clause 76, and therefore one is premedicated upon each other. And if we deal with this in a particular fashion, it may have adverse effects on clause 76. And therefore, your direction on this will be very key, so that we also run away from any confusion that may emanate out of this clause 11. Because again, it is a direct reflection of what is contained in Clause 76, Madam Speaker. And this has generated a lot of debate amongst the Kenyan people. The housing levy. You know it, I know the committee has already proposed to move it from 3% to 1.5%, and additionally moved it from a levy to a tax without capping, Madam Speaker. So we really need a lot of direction on this so that we do not fall into the trap of the proponents of this clause, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member, when we do get to Clause 76, then at that stage, if necessary, it can be recommitted again. Yes, or else now we'll be acting on speculation. Yeah, it has not occurred yet. Yeah, okay. I'll just give lastly, Honorable Owino.
Thank you, Chair. I think you have the discretion, Chair, of just rearranging Clause 76 to come before, just as a matter of procedure. Is it so difficult to do that, please?
That would be outside the standing orders, contrary to the standing orders. Let us now proceed. I now put the question that Clause 11 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance Committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that Clause 11, as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I propose the question that Clause 12 be part of the bill. Chairperson for Finance, you may move the amendment.
Honorable Chair, this particular amendment is just a cleanup because it seeks to correct the reference of the proviso to submit to subsection 2J, which is being amended by the bill. So this is more of a cleanup for the bill. With that, I move, Honorable Chair.
I now propose the question that Clause 12 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair of the Finance Committee. Honorable Jared Okello, let me see if there's somebody else who wants to contribute so that it doesn't seem unfair that you're the only person talking. Any interests? Then I'll allow Jared.
Madam Chair, allow me for the first time to align myself with the deliberation as expressed by the Chair of Finance, that this is just meant to make it look tidy. And therefore, there is nothing fishy, there is nothing suspicious about this particular clause. And therefore, let me support him for the first time in the history of this country.
Thank you. I now put the question that Clause 12 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance Committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that Clause 12 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
Clause 13, I now propose the question that Clause 13 be part of the bill. I now put the question that Clause 13 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
Okay. All right. I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. Chairperson, Finance, proceed.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 14 be amended as per the supplementary order paper. And Honorable Chair, again, this is more or less a cleanup because the proposed amendment seeks to correct the reference to the correct subsection which is being introduced. The subsection being introduced under Section 18A of the Income Tax Act is subsection 3 and not subsection 4. And subsequently, Chair, again now on Part B, the proposed amendment seeks to correct the reference to the correct subsection which is being introduced. The subsection again being introduced under Section 18A of the Income Tax Act is subsection 3 and not subsection 4. Again, Honorable Chair, this is cleanup, and that I support.
I propose the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair of the Finance Committee. Put the question? Okay. I now put the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair of the Finance Committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 14 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Okay, the ayes have it.
Clauses 15 and 16.
I propose the question that clause 15 and 16 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 15 and 16 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
Clauses 17, 18, and 19.
I propose the question that clauses 17, 18, and 19 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 17, 18, and 19 be part of the bill. Will as many... There's a point of honor, Chairperson. Okay, I now put the question that clauses 17, 18, and 19 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
20, okay. I propose the question that clause 20 be part of the bill. Chairperson, move your amendment.
So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 20 be amended as per the supplementary order paper. And this particular clause number 20 has two areas where we are proposing for digital content monetization to be payable by non-resident persons with no permanent establishment, because with the current provision, it doesn't include non-resident. They're not, so we're now netting even non-residents into this digital content monetization. And then, Honorable Chair, Part C is also changing the time in which rental income tax withholding tax on rental income. The bill proposes that this should be remitted within 24 hours, and we are amending this to change from 24 hours to make it payable within 5 working days. With that, I move, Honorable Chair.
Propose the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair of the Finance Committee. Honorable Nyikal.
Chair, can we get a little explanation? If we are including non-resident, how is that actually practically going to be implemented? and collect the taxes from the non-residents.
I'll allow Honorable Badi before I let the chairperson or another person answer that. Yes, Honorable Badi, I'll come to you, Honorable Oundo.
My understanding is that the non-resident persons would be taxed when they are in Kenya. I think we need to understand the definition of residency. It does not mean that you have to be permanently resident. There are a number of days in a year that if you stay in Kenya, then you are considered a resident person. So if you have not stayed in Kenya for those number of days, then you are a non-resident, even when you carry out business activities in Kenya. So during that period that you are in Kenya and you are not a resident, then you become taxable. I guess that is what the committee wanted to.
I think, Chairperson, you can say thank you to Honorable Badi because he has eloquently explained it on your behalf. Honorable Chairperson, you wanted to respond?
Thank you, CPA Bandi, for that information, and that is correct. That is the intention of the committee.
Honorable Oundo, then we can close. We said 2 people for each amendment.
Chair, I need your guidance. I had an amendment which was not subject to Article 114, Clause 20 on this page 617 of the supplementary order paper. I need your guidance on how to proceed, since you have not called out the same. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Oundo, if the committee amendment is carried, then it covers what the amendment that you actually wanted to introduce. Is it any different? Okay, just proceed and then we'll get a counter argument. Proceed.
Chair, my amendment is carried into 2. I totally agree with you. The second part about the days of remittance, I would withdraw my amendment because I had proposed 3 days. That proposed 5 working days. But in the first section, Honorable Speaker, 3AA, I just want to make an amendment as provided in the order paper, supplementary order paper, and the basic is just to tighten it up, to say that whoever is appointed to collect rent must be a professional registered with the relevant professional organization, so that in the event of anything other than any fines being imposed, there's also professional fiduciary duty to remit the amount. That's all that I'm requesting, and is contained on page 617. So how will they be?
Honorable Chairperson.
So, Honorable Chair, although the amendment as proposed by the Honorable Oundo would be a good provision and actually would lead to more collection, but remember you also have the challenge of many landlords who do not necessarily appoint agents. So we have landlords who decide, I do not want an agent for my property, and actually rent becomes payable to them directly. In that case, therefore, this provision actually puts the landlords themselves as the withholding agents. And then secondly, Honorable Chair, this would also really distort the market of agencies, because we have got very many agencies across the country that are mandated to collect rent and are not necessarily members of a particular professional body as proposed. However, this could be done through an amendment to the Parent Act that then, for example, what the roles that are given, for example, to ISPAC or the Law Society of Kenya, that amendment I think would fit more there than amending the finance bill to require that these landlords actually get to appoint professionals. Let them continue using the agents that they use for the collection of their rent. It is within their rights to do so. With that, I thank you, Chair.
Honorable Oundo, are you satisfied with the explanation from the Chair?
Obviously,
if you are, then you can withdraw your
obviously
amendment.
not, Chair. And I want to take the Chair to the specific provision in the original bill. And it reads, a person who receives rental income on behalf of the owner of the premises shall deduct taxes thereof, provided that only a person appointed by the commission in writing. Here we are not talking about the landlord. We are talking about an agent appointed by the commissioner. He's not asking for so much that whoever is appointed must be legally certified to do the job he's appointed to do. Honorable Speaker, the Estate Agent Act, Cap 533, is explicitly clear And the courts have regularly held that any person who earns a fuel purports to work, and I can refer to the case referring involving Kenya Railways, is an illegal entity and has no force of law. So in the event where we are a country guided by the rule of law, why do we flout the law simply because for expedient? Here, the chair must understand, is a person appointed, we're not talking about the landlord. It's a person now where in the event, the commissioner feels probably the landlord will not remit the rent in good time, appoints an agent. How do you appoint an agent? Thank you, Honorable Chair. But the matter belongs to the House now to decide.
The Honorable Member Kangombe.
Madam Speaker, this is a very emotive issue of landlords. And actually, you know, there's been a lot of misinformation and disinformation, and some of it has been deliberate so that we vilify this bill. I feel that the sentiments of the people out there, they feel that they're being coerced to appoint agents, and that is not the point of the committee. The committee is saying that if you choose to have an agent collecting your rent on your behalf, then they remit the tax at that point. But also, Madam Chair, we cannot force these people to belong to a certain body, because as it is, there is a desired position where they will be members of a certain body. But the actual fact on the ground is that there's no group or body that embodies them together. So I think it will be in very bad faith to institute such amendments to this bill, because we'll be sinking these people to a situation where we will lose jobs that people already have. So I would support that we go with the amendment as proposed by the chair of the committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I see the budget chair, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think there is a confusion on this issue in regards to rent agent and a tax agent. And listening to Honorable Oudo, I think his amendment is already taken care of, because consequently, by all definitions, a landlord would be a legal person who is liable to collect taxes for the revenue collector, that is KRA. I also want to laud the committee and really support the fact that they have been able to give landlords flexibility from 48 hours to 5 days. Thank you, Madam Chair. I submit.
Honorable Mbadi, are you standing because you want to speak? Okay. Okay, I think I can now propose the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by Honorable Oundo. And then I now put the question, then we can get to the point of. I now put the question that the clause 20 be amended as proposed by Honorable Oundo. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. I now put the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance Committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 20 be, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
I propose the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
I propose the question that clause 22 be part of the bill. Mover, member.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 22 be part of the bill as proposed as per the supplementary order paper. Honorable Chair, this particular clause under paragraph 71 wants to exempt from tax income earned by contractors, subcontractors, and employees implementing a project that is financed 100% by a grant. And this is, again, to encourage Kenya getting grants from other countries. Under paragraph number 72 and 73, this is to provide a tax incentive to attract investors under the special economic zones. Since the enactment of SEZs, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, from 1915, there has been very few companies that are operating in the SEZs. So this particular amendment is to incentivize investments into the special economic zones that have been set in the country and to encourage Kenya absorb more grants from donor countries. With that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I now propose the question that clause 22 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair of the Finance Committee. Can I put the question? Seems there's no contributions. I now put the question that clause 22 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair of the Finance Committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 22 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
Is it an amendment? Yeah. I propose the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. The mover, Chairperson, Finance.
So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 23 be as proposed in the supplementary order paper. This particular clause 23 has two sections, Honorable Chair. The first one is to incentivize the area of manufacturing to include the word refining, so that those particular sectors that are dealing in refining of pharmaceuticals within the manufacturing sector get to benefit from this tax incentive. Clause B, Honorable Chair, the bill was proposing that the investment deduction allowances will not apply to businesses that are located in places which are outside Nairobi City and Mombasa County, provided they are not, the nature of their business necessitates them to be in those particular areas. So we are now deleting that to allow any huge investments from any particular part of this country to enjoy this particular tax incentive without discriminating whether they are allowed to be there or not. So that if a company wants to go and invest in Kisii and do processing of bananas because bananas are found there, or because potatoes are found in Moro, then they don't get to lose out on this particular incentive. With that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I now propose the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair of the Finance Committee. I put the question. You can see that's the mood of the House. I now put the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair of the Finance Committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 23 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
It's an amendment? It's an amendment, yeah? Okay, all right. Yeah. Okay, we now move to clause 24, and it's one of those that the Speaker had agreed to give the opportunity to be able to be prosecuted. I now propose the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
So,
The point of order, Honorable Badi.
Yeah, but Madam Chair, I agree with you that the Speaker made a ruling that this is one of those clauses that we would admit proposed amendment by members. I'm just wondering, because it is basically there are amendments on the rates. Now, if we carry rate by the chair of the committee, and then there is another rate which is even better, and the House votes, and so which one will we be working with? Sorry. Will we still continue after voting on the rates as proposed by the chair of the committee? We proceed with other members, or once we have voted on the rates by the committee, that now disqualifies all the other rates?
No,
So
I will
think
allow, we will vote on the rates as proposed by the committee, and then I will go to each of the other members who had different proposals. So we'll go one by each of those members and in fact vote on it. So let's allow you, Chairperson, proceed.
So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 24 be amended as per the supplementary order paper. But however, Honorable Chair, I would like to make a correction, and it's good to have several CPAs around. This error was actually noticed by my senior in the profession, CPA Bandi, that the last bracket of that 35% on all income over Kenya shillings 9 million, that million, I propose that to delete the 9 million to further amend it to 9,600,000. And with that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Nikal.
Chair, and an amendment on that.
Oh, why don't let me propose the question, then I'll allow you to debate. Mhm. Honorable Nikal, I can't hear you. Just put on your mic and then I'll repeat what you said so it can go on record.
In terms of sequencing, mine was to delete the whole paragraph. So if that is then deleted, then the amendments of the chair actually falls. So in terms of sequencing, it would have been probably to take my amendment first. Yeah. Yeah, the current. Yeah.
Honorable Pukose, you have a point of order or point of information?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if the amendment of the chair passes, then the other amendments, all of them fall. That is the precedence. Yes. You can't amend it twice.
Honorable. Please complete moving your motion. Okay, sorry,
Yes,
your amendment.
Honorable Chair, and again, the move I made, I think it's very important that we carry members along because clause 24 has several sections which are quite material. So for part A is where we have proposed a further amendment deleting that 9 million to replacing that with 9,600,000. Clause B, Honorable Chair, and this is again the beauty of public participation, that particular clause recommends a very beautiful formula of calculating repatriated income, but has not provided a rate. So we are now providing a rate of 15% for that. And again, the same thing that we did earlier, then we are proposing a rate of 20% for digital content monetization for non-resident. Clause C, Honorable Chair, has proposed in the supplementary order paper, proposes amendments to paragraph 7, seeking to harmonize the rates of tax for sales promotion, marketing, advertising services, and digital content monetization. Clause D, Honorable Chair, as proposed in the amendment, provides for the resident content digital monetization at 5%. And lastly, Part E, Honorable Chair, wants to amend the advance tax that is paid on trucks, pickups, movers, trailers to 2,500 down from the proposed on the bill 3,000. So I think it's important the 5 amendments on clause 5B on the handset. With that, I move, Honorable Chair.
Okay, and so Honorable Nyikal, I will also allow you to move. I will allow Honorable Atandi, I'll also allow Honorable Mbui, and Honorable Waluke, Honorable Amisi, Honorable Alwoch. I think all of them have the rest. But your point of order? Masara. Honorable Masara?
Yes,
your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, now that this particular clause had a lot of contentions, I was suggesting that instead of leaving the chairman to move his amendment first, why don't we go through all other amendments so that in areas where there is concurrence with other members, we agree as a house. Where there is different opinion, we can vote on the same. That is my proposal, because instead of the chair went through so many other avenues and the members have not been given opportunity to participate in the house, let us give them first the opportunity to prosecute their case, then we come and agree as a house. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Masara, those are not the rules. I think let's allow the members to move their amendments. Yeah, because that's not true. That sounds like a logical way of doing it, but unfortunately it's contrary to the standing orders. So what we'll do, let the members move their amendments, but we'll have to vote on each of their amendments. So I think let's proceed, Honorable Nyikal. I think we'll start with you because yours was the biggest chunk.
Chair, mine are the amendments on 3 parts. So I propose that to amend clause 24A by deleting paragraph 24(1), that is the one dealing with the rates. So the import of that, it would actually go back to the Act as it is now, so that there would be absolutely no increase in the taxes. The taxes would remain as they are, and the maximum would be 30%. That is the import of my amendment. In paragraph B, that actually now falls. I actually withdrew it because it was based on monetization, which actually had passed. Had that failed, then it would have been necessary to delete that to harmonize. The same goes for C. So in my case, we go by A, which says that we delete that whole one, all those rates, and leave it as it was before. Chair, that is my amendment.
The next is Honorable the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Nyikal. With the question, Honorable Makali. Let Honorable Makali have his chance.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I was also proposing to have the same clause 24, part 7, paragraph 7. I'd propose we delete M, and then B to delete Roman 10. The thinking behind this, Honorable Chair, was the issue of taxing digital content creators. While I have no problem with the taxation of those who are from outside this country, or the foreigners, Honorable Chair, my proposal was that for the locals, who are Kenyans, and where the Chair is proposing that we tax them at 5%, my proposal was actually to have no tax for this category of Kenyans. The thinking behind this, Honorable Chair, was basically what I was saying earlier, that this particular sector has created a lot of jobs for our young people. And my thinking is, this is the time to encourage them so that we build a critical mass, and maybe into the future then we can tax them and collect a lot of money. That's was my thinking, Honorable Chair. So that was my proposed amendment. Thank you.
Yes, the Honorable Chairperson. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And just to give additional information, the proposed withholding tax on the amount of money that was withheld as withholding tax, and that becomes allowable because it's now treated as an advance tax. So it's 5% because to get in line with all management fees, and it's like a prepayment so that at the end of the year, they can just calculate their income tax as per the tax bands, as per the Income Tax Act.
Yes, Honorable Member of the Honorable Didi Nyoro, Chairperson Budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And mine is more procedural. Since the Honorable Chair, we have several amendments on the clause. My proposal would be that we hear all the other amendments as we are doing, but then when we get to voting, when we start with the Chair's amendments and we vote for them, then there is no consequence in actually continuing to vote for the rest, Honorable Chair. Because then automatically the rest falls and we uphold the Chair's amendments.
Honorable members, I think let's proceed with allowing other members to move their proposed amendments. But when it comes to voting, we'll go to each of them. Yes, we'll see what the consequences are when we vote the first time. Okay, I think we have Honorable Mbadi, before we can put the questions, Honorable Kinyikals.
Madam Chair, I'm a bit disturbed with the reasoning by the chair of the Finance Committee when it tells us that we should just leave the withholding tax on digital content monetization. And actually, are you proposing even to make it a 20%? And then you are telling us that at the end of the year, then they will file returns and maybe refund it. Why would we owe them money? Why do you want to keep someone's money for the whole year? These are strugglers. These are the hustlers. Imagine. These are the real hustlers, not the, not the ones you are pretending to be hustlers. These chair are the real hustlers. These people who are involved in digital content. So don't keep their money. My view is we must lower this withholding tax to 5%. Yes. But where is that in the bill? I'm not seeing. Yeah, what I'm seeing here is totally different. Maybe Chair should...
Let me give the Chair a chance to respond to that before I let Honorable Oundo speak.
So, Honorable Chair, for starters, what is proposed in the bill is withholding tax of 15%. After listening to these digital content creators, they actually said, why are you charging us 15%? Like we are not like the other professionals, like lawyers, accountants, all these management fees, the withholding tax to them is 5%. So we have made them at par at 5%. However, and I want to explain now the bit about now when it comes to the end of the year. For example, you might have earned an income through digital content monetization that is below the taxable threshold of 24,000 as per the income tax. So that allows you, if you want, again, it's optional. If you want, at the end of the year, when you're filing your returns,